See if the bot will post. Okay. So that's just what you gotta do, I guess. See if it'll show up on my little thingy. Yep. Great. Now I can Control Alt F9 this shit and let's go. So, I do wonder, because the messages seem to disappear. No, don't hide the old messages. And should I just let's try this again. I think that was a problem. Still learning. See if this will show up. Oh, someone likes. Thank you. Whoever you are. Let's see. One view. Okay. So this works. That's good. So I can see what you guys are chatting. Without this thing disappearing, hopefully. Yo, what's going on? Yeah, I basically keep my second monitor as just a light source now. Yeah. Just decided to do this random stream because I saw my views on my channel going down again, and I was like, you know what, I really feel like doing a stream, so here we are. Just gonna drive a virtual truck today and chill and talk about nothing. To crash this thing. Keep looking over even though I have my chat like literally on my main monitor. So glad that it's working. Makes my life so much easier. Yeah. No stress, just testing to see how well the stream does, because I've also ticked the ultra low latency, so there shouldn't be much delay between what's on my screen and whatever's on yours. See how that goes. I'll stream probably for like an hour, and if more people show up, I might stay on for 2 hours, 3 hours, we'll see. Oh shit, that's what happens. That's what happened last time. Oh no. 53. That's okay. Unlike real life, I can just reload. Replay a save game. Oh! That's difficult to drive in the rain. I'm all dinged up. Should I actually... I don't know if it's... Let me see something real quick. Oh, there's not going to be enough space, is there? Yeah. I was thinking of moving my my webcam, the little display thing, to the top, but it's not going to be enough space for the chat that way. FPS looks good. Hello, brother Pixel Shocker. I think, yeah, my chat's visible on the stream, right? On the in the mid-right section. I think I can see it on my little monitor thing. Keep forgetting that I have it enabled now. Making little improvements every day. Hopefully the stream delay isn't too long. My microphone's on, yeah? I think it should be. Oh! Oh, it's so difficult to drive in the rain, bro. Yeah, 2 viewers looks like. Well, yeah, I'm experimenting, been experimenting all day with the camera settings, with the stream, with the chat. Nice. And trying out this new game. So far everything looks smooth. Let's see how Afterburner is doing, cause I have a feeling 57, oh wow. Yeah, it's the streaming software, man. I kinda disabled some graphics settings because I want my graphics card to run cooler. But it always seems to want to do its own thing. Now with the stream on, it's getting a little hot. That's okay. It's a decent video card, I think. So yeah, I'm driving from... I forgot what I was driving. Truck driving, yeah. Yeah, actually it is. But it's too much responsibility, I feel like. Too much responsibility. I would drive a van, and I haven't stepped inside a car as a driver for like 10 years. But this seems like it would be a dream job, especially if you can listen to podcasts or stream, maybe even. That would be kind of crazy. Just drive from point A to point B. Not have to deal with anyone breathing down your neck. Sounds like a dream, but I feel like it gets like super boring. There's just endless road and nothing to fill the time with, unless you're listening to podcasts or whatever. It just relaxes me. I don't know why I like these games so much. This flying simulators. It's just point A to point B. You switch your brain off. Good money. I don't know about that. Like, unless you're an international driver, at least where I live, these are the people making the real money. Like, if you can get here in Europe, if you can get 5k a month and save like 80-90% of it, invest in an index fund, do that for like 5 years, 10 years, then maybe it's worth it. You can retire and live a very poor life. just live off the interest. That's the dream, that's the goal. Waiting to cross the bridge. Where are we, by the way? Yeah, I like this. I like US Truck Simulator much better than I like European Truck Simulator. Huge, massive maps. Lots more places to explore. And just overall just looks better. The graphics are better. The UI is better. The interface and everything is just smoother, sharper. Really like it. 8 views. Must be the thumbnail. Someone's clicking for the thumbnail. Yeah, I didn't want my profile pic to be the thumbnail. I don't know if it if it's saved. I don't know if you saw that, the new thumbnail thing when you clicked on my stream. I think I got it right. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, the stream thing is kind of, I did it spontaneously twice in the same day, like once in the afternoon and once at nighttime. And I didn't, like, it wasn't planned. I didn't announce it. I didn't even announce this one. I actually lied. I said that someone asked me last week when I was gonna stream again, and I said next weekend, which I am gonna do. But I really felt like streaming today. So, here we are. I've been struggling with the script for my next video. I really want it to come from a genuine place, you know, but I'm struggling for words. I think I have it figured out, and I should have an upload maybe this weekend, maybe early next week, I don't know yet. Just doing this YouTube thing when you feel like it, as opposed to like a scheduled thing, is I think I'll do better that way. Cause right now, if you force yourself to upload once a week and do one stream once a week, it's kind of like, it may come off as forced and faking. You guys will be able to tell that I don't want to do it, but I want to stream right now. I really want to stream right now and just yap. So hopefully that's a good experience for you guys. Yeah, these trucks are massive. Look at this. I would be freaking out on the road. I think you get used to it though. Like, muscle memory and shit. I don't even know what I bought. Oh really? Apparent lack of BS. I mean, I don't know, man. I try to keep it real. She would be insane to drive. Yeah, I wouldn't step into one of these things. Let's see if I can even... Should I even attempt this? I'm so bad at parking these massive things. I haven't stepped inside a car as a driver in 10 years, ever since I got my license. My driving instructor, my training was literally being a personal chauffeur for my instructor. I was literally just driving him to repair shops for his car. Didn't learn a thing. Yeah, this is American Truck Simulator. It's not that difficult, unless you buy the wheel, the wheel with the pedals and all that, and the gears, and you switch to manual. That would be difficult, but I'm on a keyboard and mouse right now, so it's not that difficult. Yeah. And I have to do some repairs on this thing because I dinged it up pretty good. Why don't you pray rosary every day, 15 decades a day? What? Oh. Hold on, what am I doing now? Is there even a repair shop in this? Yep. Cursed city. I have to repair this thing real quick. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Four concurrent viewers. Like every stream I get more people. 11 views. We growing. We have to make this world and life beautiful. Our Lady will help us. We have to... Oh, there's viewers like this everywhere who post the religious stuff. I don't mind, I guess. I don't mind them too much. As long as it doesn't get too spammy, you know, with spamming the Bible quotes and all that. I had a very interesting viewer in my last stream who shared a very personal story, which was it's kind of cool to happen when you just started streaming and someone starts, you know, unloading some real heavy stuff on you. And I didn't know what to do, but we figured it out. Hope the guy's doing okay. It was in a very tough predicament, but you know, I don't mind actually. I don't mind when people unload their stuff on me. It doesn't faze me one bit. That's what I'm here to do. I got all this free time and all this unfazedness. The least I can do is listen to you guys. You can only yap at nothingness for so long before you run out of things to say, especially when you don't leave the house. Let's see what's up here. Thank you, brother. And I'm sure that you have good intentions, and I wish you all the best in life. Stay healthy, stay strong, God bless you. Let's see what's on the fight market. Actually, the chat. I didn't think about this. The chat's kinda obfuscating. the view, but that's okay. I'll just take whatever job. But yeah, if you guys got anything you want to share, get off your chest. I am a very respectful, very chill, very tolerant person. I'll listen to anything. How did I discover? Actually, good question. I haven't really thought about it. How did I start playing this? Oh, I think it was a back in my drinking days when I thought it would be a fun idea to see if how well I drive when I'm drinking. That must have been 5 years ago or something. I don't remember. I really don't remember how I started playing it, but I just remember falling in love with this type of stuff because it just lets you unplug your brain and get lost in daydreaming and stuff, and it's actually a lot more fun when you drink, but I don't do that anymore. Unfortunately, it's been like, I actually checked the calendar today to see how many days it's been since my last bender, and it's been 105 days or something, which I stopped counting. I literally stopped counting because I just don't, it doesn't bother me that much anymore not having to drink. But I did have a few occasions. We did have a few family gatherings, and I did indulge a little bit. Yeah, I think I have it under control. I'm pretty certain that the whole thing is in the past now. The binging, well, I call it marathon drinking, but it's. I think everyone. I think in the Anglosphere, you guys call it a bender when you have like a stretch, like a long stretch of time where you drink every single day for like weeks, months, years. And it got to a point where I was able to do it every single day for like half a year, and then just be able to quit turkey it because it was just beer. But that's actually the dangerous, that's what's dangerous about it, is when you master it to a point where you can function kind of like, no one can tell besides the smell. If you took away what I assume is like the breath, the smell of ethanol on your breath, if you could take that away, and if you could get rid of the pink eye, which gives you away almost every single time if you've been overindulging, if you could get rid of those two signs, you could never be able to tell. Never that I had consumed. I was that good. The tolerance was just sky high, and I was gaining a lot of weight. And when you gain weight, you got more water to dilute the alcohol with in your body, and you train up your liver, and you can drink. Like, the numbers stop making sense after a while. I could be up to 2 gallons, 3 gallons, and I was pretty good at pacing myself. So it was like a months long state of euphoria where you kind of start losing grasp on reality almost. Like, the daydreaming world and the real world kind of, the borders between them become very blurry. But as you age and as you keep doing this stuff, I actually read recently that with each intoxication and with each withdrawal, it adds up and it damages your brain basically permanently. The more you do it, like, the more severe the intoxication and the more severe the withdrawal, you mess with your brain's wiring. And each successive withdrawal becomes worse and worse and worse, and you can actually lose your mind and become psychotic, develop schizophrenia. But like, alongside all the other problems you could unlock, can mess you up for life. But you know, that's beside all the organ damage, all the kidney damage, all the liver damage, all the heart damage. Like, I didn't know that your heart, if you abuse it with alcohol for long enough, your heart literally, the muscle droops, your heart droops physically. That was kind of scary. Yeah. But the physical stuff, you know, that's the funny thing about the drinking, is that once the withdrawal is over, it's kind of like your memory wiped. You don't remember the withdrawal, but you also don't remember what it's like to be buzzed, to be tipsy. And that's a huge trap. Yeah. Yeah, your heart muscle, your heart weakens and it starts drooping. like a wet sock, it's just droopy. It's wild. There's so many things that could go wrong. Yeah, it's no joke. It's also because it's not like there isn't anything worse than alcohol. There definitely is. But the thing with the drinking is that it's just so cheap and it's everywhere and it's encouraged. It's like a legal drug. That's my main problem with it. Like, I can literally walk outside and have poison in my hand within 2 minutes, no joke. I have 10 shops within walking distance of my house. I have a 24/7 within walking distance. I have a gas station within walking distance. It's nuts. Yeah. I lost an online acquaintance. Don't know if I could call him a friend. To benzos. He mixed the benzos with the alcohol and just literally went to sleep and didn't wake up. You don't mess with that kind of stuff. Yeah. Well, if you're smart, you will have like a health scare. You'll end up in the ER, or you'll have an accident, or you'll end up in jail. You sober up, and then you're like, I'm never gonna do that. It was stupid. I'll never do it again. But you will do it again, most likely. And it takes permanent damage, I think, to stop for a lot of people. It takes literally not being able to do that anymore to stop. Because the temptation's always there. If you're fine physically, and I was fine for 10 years, you always, this arrogance comes back. The arrogance of, oh, I'm fine, I'm healthy. I can handle it. I can deal with that. I'm not a little bitch. And then, you know, you're on your knees, you're on all fours, just vomiting. And then you're like, damn. I voluntarily ingested this, and I let it make me a bitch. And then not being able to quit is what makes you a bitch. Because it's not masculine, it's not manly to be drinking massive quantities. It's a lot tougher to be able to do that and to just say no. Yeah, when you're younger you can get away, exactly. You can get away with it longer. But it catches up real quick. It's literally a demon. I don't really believe, like I'm not a super strong believer in the heaven and the hell thing. But man, if you've been through withdrawal, if you've been through like some real withdrawal from spirits, from hard liquor, that thing feels, I think that's the closest thing to hell. If hell exists, that's what it feels like. Probably times 100. It feels like literally demons have come to personally torture you, mentally and physically. And it literally takes 3 days to resurrect yourself, to resurrect your body. Like, I've had moments where I've spent 3 days in bed, unable to, not having enough energy to even turn to the other side. Just in pain, in misery. No, I wasn't eating any food because I couldn't keep anything down. I wasn't drinking any water even for 3 days. It's like a literal dry fast. And then on day 3, day 4, I'm like a brand new person physically. It's wild. It's wild how much this thing poisons you acutely. And all the sickness comes out and your sweat smells like... And I have a hard time smelling things. I don't have a strong sense of smell. But man, you smell like death when you come out of this thing. And everything is just negative. There's this vicious loop of negative, intrusive negative thoughts that's and flashbacks and cringe memories just replaying non-stop in your head, torturing you non-stop, not giving you a second, a moment of peace, a moment of silence. Everything, your entire nervous system is like extremely sensitive, because I think it's your body knows it's poisoned and it's making you fear everything just to kind of preserve you. It's like a self-preservation instinct almost. It's really wild. It's like everything is amplified. Like fear is 1,000 times stronger when you're withdrawing. It's nuts. It's like one of the wildest experiences that I've been through 100 of them. And after a while, you're just like, you know that meme with the dog, where a dog is in a burning room and everything around him is just burning, and the dog is just saying, "This is fine." That's what it feels like after you go through withdrawals like 50 times. You just let the demons torture you. Just try not to let it affect you, because you literally become desensitized to this shit. It still sucks, but you've been through it so many times, you've developed like a really strong mental spine. But would not recommend it. Because that, after, I think, I'm no longer, I don't think I can, I've stopped counting days because, you know, I did drink a little bit, enough to break my sobriety streak, and there was a withdrawal, even though it was mild. I literally fell sick after that, after I drank. Like, I had a fever and I was kind of sick for half a week. I was like, how could I do this to myself for so long? Like, that became a normal. Feeling sick became normal. Yeah, that meme with the dog. I don't know if the dog was drinking like a coffee or something. And the dog's like, the room is burning. But the whole house is burning down. The dog's like, this is fine. That's exactly what it feels like when the anxiety no longer gets to you, because it's just a feeling. And when you go through withdrawals like 10, 20, 30 times, you're like, you know what to expect. It's not gonna last forever. Until you until you go through so many withdrawals that you start like my last few withdrawals, the heavy ones. I was like, okay, I'm losing my mind, like literally, whilst being calm. I wasn't freaking out, but I was like, this might be it. I might be unlocking schizophrenia. Could very vividly imagine a voice that was not my voice. It was not saying things that, how people have internal monologues and all that, or have intrusive thoughts. It was like a voice that came from within, not from the outside, like a schizophrenic. But like, it was very vivid. Like, when you don't sleep, when you're sleep deprived for a couple days, and you can start, because of the anxiety, because your nervous system is like super strained, you can kind of, your imagination is unlocked and you start not hallucinating, but it becomes very easy to imagine things. It's almost like you're lucid dreaming while you're awake. And that voice, man, it would say nonsensical shit just to piss me off. Like, and I realized that it was part of OCD, actually. It wasn't like a schizophrenia thing. It was more like I was causing it. Kind of like giving yourself a little torture, a little pain. But it was wild. After that, I was like, I'm done. Yeah, it was, and I've been sleep deprived. I have a couple of stories of sleep deprivation, of like literal nightmare scenarios where I got robbed at gunpoint one time, and the other time I was deported from a foreign country and I had to stay. They had to lock me up for like 2 days before they deported me. But that's like, that's for some freaky videos that no one's gonna watch. Some wild stories. But sleep deprivation is no joke. You could die doing that. Yeah. The area that I lived in, when, I don't know if you guys watched the homeless video. The area that I lived in was very criminal. It was very, very nasty place to live. And people were stabbing each other almost every day, like in the streets. There was entire areas where police, the emergency services just they would refuse to enter because the locals there would trash their vehicles. They would throw Molotovs at them. They would bash their vehicles up with bats, throw rocks at them and all that. How many years was I drinking daily? Every single day, probably the last 5 years, maybe 6. 2019 is when I got drunk for the last time. I was drinking vodka. And after that, I was like, you know what, I'm not gonna... That's the first... So I started drinking in 2012 or 2013. And that was, when you're young, when you're in your early 20s, you're kind of like chasing numbers. So you feel kind of cool and manly when you can kill a gallon of beer or like a whole bottle of vodka. I was chasing numbers until 2019. And that's stupid because after a while you get drunk, your face goes numb and tingly, you can no longer enjoy shit, you just fall asleep. And I was like, I'm done doing that. And in 2019 I started drinking mostly beer, and that's when I started drinking daily. So 5-6 years of daily drinking. Like, I had periods where I drank just a half gallon of beer, just like your standard, I guess, 8-pack, 6-pack, and then it progressed to a 12-pack and then a 24-pack. Though in my country they sell these large 2-liter plastic bottles. That's what I bought because it was the cheapest stuff you could get. That doesn't taste disgusting. That you can maintain a buzz on. And I would buy 2 of those most days. I would need, most days I would need a gallon to feel content, to feel satiated. That's 4 liters. And to make the day super interesting and super colorful and super fun, I would go for a gallon and a half or 6 liters. And on days when I felt super edgy, I would go for 2 gallons or 8 liters, which is kind of a lot. And that's a lot of calories, yeah. But I wasn't eating. That's the thing. You have, in general, you have 2 types of alcoholics. One type drinks, and when they drink they don't eat, and that's usually the type that stays like super skinny. And the other type is they drink and they eat, and I've been both, because it depends on how you're feeling, really. Some days I'll plan out my day like, oh yeah man, tomorrow I'm gonna wake up super late and I'm gonna load up on booze, and you plan it, you romanticize it in your head, and then you sit down and you're just kind of sick. You mentally preparing for it for so long makes you physically sick in the stomach, and you can't drink. But yeah, I got skinny fat, and because I got used to the drinking and feeling sick, and I started eating alongside the drinking because it makes you like hungry. It lowers your blood sugar, makes you hungry, and you gain a lot of fat. Like, you lose muscle and you gain fat. And my fattest was 200 pounds, or about 90 kilos of just skinny fat. And that was not a good look. Yeah. And then there's the super skinny dudes, the super skinny chicks, who just, they got magical stomachs. They eat and they drink and they stay skinny somehow. But for me in general, is when I drink, I kind of don't really have much of an appetite, especially with spirits. And also, you have to remember that alcohol has this thing, not to get super scientific, but there's this thing called a thermal effect, which is how much your body burns, how much energy your body burns to break down a certain food or a certain substance. Like alcohol's thermic effect is like 20%, 25%. It depends. Like the more seasoned alcoholic you are, the more effectively you're able to break it down and extract more calories from it. But let's say for the average person it's like 20%. That means that if you consume if you drink 1,000 calories worth of, say, vodka, your body's only able to process 800, because the rest is just wasted trying to metabolize and digest this. Oh yeah, I did the 8 to 11% beers every once in a while during my last year of drinking. That was fun. The high alcohol volume beers. But I always prioritize maintaining a buzz over getting smashed. Because like I said, you just cannot enjoy anything when you get smashed. When I have my own definition of what it is to be drunk, because it doesn't matter what it says on the breathalyzer, because you can be, if you have super high tolerance, you can get into some digits that you shouldn't be alive at those levels. But yeah. basically, what's the point of, unless you're trying to forget. I understand those drinkers. I've never been that kind of drinker myself, but if you're drinking to forget, then yeah, obviously you're gonna prefer spirits and you're gonna chug. Nothing wrong with that. If you've been through some traumatic stuff and you're just trying to forget, and man, some people, they cannot fall asleep normally, so they literally put themselves into a coma with the drinking, which over the long term it messes up your health big time, because you're not actually sleeping. You're comatose. Yeah, just alcohol just destroys your sleep and the nightmares you get after you quit. Because I think it was something to do with compensating for all the REM sleep you didn't have. So once you quit cold turkey, after drinking for like weeks and months and years, you get bombarded with nightmares, like the 10-20 nightmares in a row. And it's like your biggest fears, and they're very vivid, very lucid dreams as well, like super lucid. I've dreamt through some nightmarish, like your relatives will show up in your nightmares and start accusing you of stuff. You'll get lynched. Demons will be eating pieces of your flesh. Everything nightmares that you can imagine is gonna happen to you in those nightmares. It's the ultimate persecution in those nightmares. It's your every single fear that you've ever had would just bombard you non-stop in a single night. That's why I don't want to start drinking again. All that recovery, man, it takes a really long time to lose the fat. It takes a really long time to start sleeping like a normal person, you know, actually going to bed and not twisting and turning for 3 hours, not having restless leg. That thing killed me. The restless leg thing. It's infuriating shit. Now I can just literally jump into bed and be asleep in like 5 minutes. It's magical. I haven't had that sleep that good in a decade. Sleep is really big. Like, it decides my whole day, what it's gonna be like. And replacing alcohol with caffeine wasn't a very wise idea. Caffeine and sugar, especially in the morning. Oh shit. I have not been paying attention to the game. Running out of fuel. Almost reached my destination. I've disabled the rules. I've disabled the breaking the speed limit fines and all that. So I can just concentrate on the stream and yapping. Yeah. Let's see if I can get some refueling going. A big coffee drink or energy drink? Oh, I have not actually. I think the energy drink thing, and I'm not trying to be ageist. I think it's a young person thing. I'm no longer cool enough to be buying energy drinks. Love the taste though, but I don't buy energy drinks. I started with 1 coffee, 1 espresso, which is, I think, that's the wrong. I don't even know how people measure it. It's such a goofy thing. It's not a single espresso. Like, I'll drink these massive cups. It's not espresso. It's like a quadruple or a sextuple or whatever. I don't know. I don't even know what to call it. But I started with one, and then I drink one in the morning and one at like 4 or 5 p.m. I don't know about the monsters. These things will, all the weird stuff they put in there, they just break your kidneys. And I'm saying this as an alcoholic, I wouldn't touch these energy drinks. Which is kind of funny. I've been putting the world's most carcinogenic poison in my body for a decade, and I'm like, energy drinks, no thank you. They taste really good though. I can understand how a lot of young dudes get addicted to that, to the taste. And I've talked to a bunch of 20-somethings who told me that they just drink it for the taste. I don't know, man. I haven't looked into it, but would not put that stuff in my system. Because it's also kind of expensive as well. It doesn't, compared to I guess 3 beers, which I can get for the price of 1 Monster can. I get a lot more kick I get a lot more value for me personally out of my money when I buy beer, and it's obviously a lot more toxic, but I don't know. It's a matter of preference, man. Some people smoke, some people drink energy drinks. To each their own. My poison is alcohol, unfortunately. Hello, 3 Baz. 6 people watching. Hey! A new record every stream. How long have I been streaming? Not even an hour. An hour just flew past. The older you get, the faster time flies. It's true. Especially when people are keeping you company. And with a video game as comfy as this allows you to get lost in your thoughts. I never even thought that I would get a single viewer. That's so nice. My goal was to just create a comfy atmosphere, really. Just a chill, comfy atmosphere where needs and people looking to chill and just chill. I didn't think that anyone would click, really. Thank you guys for that. For taking time out of your day to watch me drive a virtual truck with shadows disabled and a whole bunch of other stuff graphically lowered in exchange for a smoother. I'm hoping my frames are kind of smooth. Don't know what you guys are seeing. I'm getting 100 frames. I've capped it to 100 frames because I don't want to be frying my GPU. Not that anyone cares. But yeah, today I logged in and saw that because it's a Wednesday. Wednesday is usually a really bad day for YouTube for me. Middle of the week, nothing's happening. And I saw that the views were dwindling. Yeah, buddy, that fate is bringing us all together. But yeah, I saw the views dwindling and I was like, I gotta do something, man. I mean, I work a meme job, but I feel like I should be more, now that I'm sober and have all this extra energy, I feel like, you know, I've been isolating myself from real world stuff for so long that there's this kind of internal debt. I feel like if I have all, it feels unfair, you know, because a lot of people don't have that much free time. And I try not to come off as, like my biggest video, I think, gave people the wrong impression. It came off as complaining, I guess. Like some dude who doesn't have to break his back working an awful job, complaining about life. And I understand, man. I understand. I've been homeless. I know that I live a life that's comfier than. I compare myself on a global level, you know. I don't compare myself to just the first world. And I live a really good, really comfy life in a very safe area where nothing happens. So I'm very, very, very lucky, and I'm very glad. You know, and I enjoy my life to the fullest. And I thought, you know, I have all this extra time, I want to share it. I don't have any unique skills or anything like that, don't have any talents. But I thought what I could do was just create this comfy space for others, you know. Share my time, at least. That's the least I can do. And growing up on YouTube, literally watching people like this, I was like, why do I... You don't even watch the streamer for the game. You don't watch the streamer for the skills, you just watch it for the atmosphere that the streamer creates, for the voice, for the timbre, for the connection, all that. So I hope I do be delivering that kind of atmosphere, you know. A chill and accepting atmosphere for needs and wannabe needs, aspiring needs, dudes who have checked out but don't hold grudges against anyone. Just a comfy zone. Because sometimes this is the most valuable thing we have, is our peace. And my whole life I've been protecting my internal peace. That's good to know. Got too much craziness, too much chaos and craziness in the world. Gotta have places like this to unwind. Exactly, and I think this is why entertainment is such a big. It's not a niche, but it's such a huge thing. When you come home from other people harassing you, you don't want to harass yourself with more harassment. You just want to relax. You want to have some fun. You want to unwind your brain. You want to just unplug your brain and have some chillax. And as someone who's lived with anxiety for a really long time, I know this is one of the most valuable things nowadays. The peace, the quiet. And I've been protecting mine for way too long, and I guess it's time to share. Yeah. Rest, detach, and chill with good company. Yeah. Cut up a little bit to get some laughs. Yeah. I don't know, man. I've never been good at the funny thing. Never been a really funny dude. Never been one with quick wit. I think you have to be a little more controversial to be funny. You have to be a bit more honest. You have to not care. I currently care a little too much because I want the channel to do well. I'm trying to appear authentic, you know, and humble and all that, but I'm still doing it for a very selfish reason as well, which is I saw my numbers today and they did not look good. The views, the watch time hours, and when I see that happen, I'm like, I gotta work. I gotta at least, I'm sitting on my ass all day anyway. Might as well hit stream. Doing this is in real life, getting paid at least 70k. Ugh. I don't know, man. I feel like I'll zone out, or my OCD will compel me to do something stupid and I'll crash. I don't want to end up in prison. Your boy is not built for prison. Like, imagine crashing this truck and I don't know how this works. Owing a bunch of money. Ugh. Plus with the self-driving trucks, I don't even want to think about it, man. What the future holds for anyone with a repetitive job. Do you play horror games? No, but that's a good question. I don't know if you guys consider Half-Life to be a horror game. That thing, the original Half-Life, the 98 game, with its goofy graphics. I played that as a kid. It gave me PTSD, man. I don't even remember if I finished it. And I would play it and replay it and replay it just to give myself these scares. I would scare myself on purpose. Playing that game gave me nightmares. And I think I have to play it on this channel eventually to get over that thing. it's been a major hiccup. I cannot get over it. How awful it was. Horror games. I don't really. No, I don't really play horror games. I have a zombie game that I really like. It's kind of very old school, but it requires too much undivided attention. And people are yapping all the time. I would really like to play Arma 3 or like a DayZ variant, but problem with that is you have to communicate a lot with your team members, and that's why I have my sound off, because I don't want to harass you guys with just repetitive sounds and people yapping. There's a lot of demand for truckers. You ever play Resident Evil? Nope. I don't think. Is it available on PC? Because I only have PC. I don't have a console. That thing is freaky. I don't mind zombie games. The only horror game that I can think of that I played through is Condemned. And that's a very old game. It's kind of freaky. Oh, and I played Dying Light, all of them, with hacks on, with the invisibility hacks and the god mode. I can't play these games where you have to spend like 300 hours and be sneaking around. That's too much effort. Yeah, man, Arma 3, the server that I play on, is very tactical. It's very procedural, and there's a lot of logistics. You cannot leave base without permission. You have to have a minimum number of people in your squad. Everyone's yapping. Your squad leader most of the time is a poet, not a leader. It's just but it's cool. It's cool if you can just, you have to focus on the game too much, and everyone has a role, and you have to do your thing. You have to actually do your job. Manhunt is peak. I actually need recommendations for video games that the people like watching streamers play. I don't know if you guys follow Snooks. He does similar type content to mine, and he plays these games with infinity climbing and all that. I don't know what they're called, like a ragdoll climbs. It's really infuriating type games, but you can unplug your brain and you can talk to your audience, because I want to be able to read and respond to you guys. I don't want to be focusing too much on the game, because the game is just background noise, honestly. Steam, they have a bunch of it in there. I miss playing Condemned. Used to play when it first came out. Such a good horror game. Yeah, the first Condemned was kind of freaky. It's like I forgot what the plot was like. I think you're just chasing around this genius serial killer, and then there's a serial killer who only kills serial killers, and it was just a mindfuck, the whole game. I haven't played the second one. Resident Evil 7 and 8 are pretty entertaining. Scary times are entertaining, like Condemned Origins. I don't know if that's the first Condemned Origins, because I think there's a second one that came out that I still haven't gotten around to playing, because back when it came out I still had a pretty bad computer. Resident Evil. I don't know, man. I have to get better at the multitasking thing before I can play a game that actually requires your attention. But I have mostly first-person shooters. I have Ready or Not, I have Insurgency Sandstorm, Arma 3, CS2 obviously, and what else? And No More Room in Hell, which is a zombie killing game. hate or everything. Life's already hard enough. Exactly. That's why I like these de-stressing games. I want this to be a de-stressing channel, not a horror game channel. I would, I don't know, man. My favorite game streamer is, at least back in the day, he still posts. It's the Rad Brad. Don't know if you guys are familiar with him. He's one of the big Let's Play YouTubers. If it was for a video, I wouldn't live stream. I would play it like a video. Let me try. Let me try something else. Let me try. Almost try some In Celibacy Sandstorm. I was watching some replays my previous live streams, and I did pretty well whilst talking to someone who had like I mentioned previously, that one viewer who came in, and I did not expect that, but it makes a lot of sense. Like, people just come in and they drop some heavy stuff on you, and I was playing. I was absolutely killing it in Insurgency, and this guy comes in and starts talking about his girlfriend being depressed and wanting to self-delete, and I was like, oh shit, what do I do? And I don't even realize I have so many hours in this game, I don't even realize that I'm playing so well. Well, I'm panicking. I'm trying to give this guy some advice, whilst knowing that you cannot give advice on these topics. I'm like, what do I do? What do I do? But I hope the guy's doing okay. He was in a really messed up situation, man. Oh yeah, it's you. I hope you're doing okay, brother. I hope you're doing okay. Oh shit, I have to lower my sound. I was freaking out, dude. I hope that you got at least. I hope you got it off your chest. I hope you're doing well. I hope you lawyered up, because I feel like you need. Oh. Okay, my chat disappeared because I'm not in windowed mode or whatever. Let me just try this real quick. Can I actually? Nope. I have to. Oh. Oh. What do you know? It works. Yeah, man. That I did not expect that. He was just chilling, playing this game, and this guy comes in, and he starts talking about. He just drops it. I'm like. And I invited it. I'm not gonna blame or anything. I was like, yo, drop it, unload it on me, bro. But I did not expect it to be this heavy thing. So I posted that live stream actually, and I'm going in the wrong direction. I posted the live stream. I uploaded it, and someone left a comment. I don't know if you read it. And they said that the actual name for it, the proper name for what's going on, is legal guardianship. So your girlfriend's mother has legal guardianship, and it's extremely difficult. Like, you need an army of lawyers to challenge that in court, apparently. I don't know if that's the situation though. You're gonna have to tell me. Or, you know, if you don't want to talk about it, don't talk about it. That was some. Because I was really worried whether I could even talk about this on a stream, because, you know, guidelines and all that. And now I have the chat in the in view. So I don't know, man. But I think it's fine as long as it's productive, as long as you're getting help. You know, I think it's fine to discuss these things. Nice kill. I wasn't even paying attention. I just do it. I have like almost 2,400 hours. This game is like, and I play PvE only. So this is co-op. Like, I literally play this game on autopilot. I don't even think. Because for the most part, this is a memorization thing. You don't have to think, is the AI scheming? The AI is kind of dumb. And once you get the hang of the physics, it's a de-stressor, man. That's why I like it. It doesn't take a high IQ to play this. You don't have to be paying attention. You can just zone out. So you can just enter your little fantasy world and do this thing without thinking. Let your subconscious handle it while your conscious is focusing on the daydreams. That's my favorite thing about this game. Get in that limbo state and go full robot mode. Yeah, I feel sometimes very NPC-ish when I play this game, because it's like, it's not player versus player, but player versus player is so toxic. It doesn't let you, it's the opposite of de-stress. And it's always so funny whenever I've played. It doesn't matter if it's PvE, it's mostly PvP that gets toxic. But even in PvE, there's some people who play this game like it's a second full-time job. And they get super frustrated. Like, they come home from work, exhausted from work, and obviously annoyed, like someone's triggered them at work or something. And they play this game like it's a second job. Like, why can some people just not de-stress? They always have to be arguing with others and causing chaos and all that shit. It's always been funny to me. And when you tell them that it's just a game, they take it personally and they become even more like agitated. It's so funny. And the easiest thing to do is just to mute them. Started playing PC games after years. Problem I have, multiplayer game with cheaters. There's always cheaters. I mean, it's not a huge problem if you play against AI. Yeah, because there's always gonna be a cheater especially in the Call of Duty titles and the CS titles. CS2. Basically, if the game is free or not expensive enough, you're gonna have these kind of people. Free to play tank game, yeah, that's what happens. If it's that, or if it's a pay to win, if it's a microtransactions game, it's just, I stay away from these. I pick the games I play very carefully so that they have this kind of, the moderation is top notch, where they don't tolerate trolling, you know. There's banter, but there's no blatant toxicity. War Thunder and World of Tanks. Used to play War Thunder, but it's too feels like it got ruined with all the microtransactions. I don't know if it's pay to win, but it's these shotguns are way overpowered. I hope you guys cannot hear my GPU fan spinning in the background. Oh shit, and I have to remember not to destroy all the objectives and to let other people have fun too, because I tend to overdo it in this game. There's a YouTuber that does cheaters and get them banned War Thunder. Going out school, what you been playing? That's unreal. When did War Thunder even come out? That was over a decade ago, I felt like. I was playing that, flying the planes, writing my thesis. It really helps you restructure your brain. It's really chill. It's pay to win, but if you are decent, you win. The problem was the economy. Now it was fine. Oh. I'd have to check it out, unless they up the graphics requirements so much that my 4060 will not be able to handle it. Pay to win. No. Oh, these shotguns are ridiculous. I literally do not remember how we got to this objective. But it's kind of cool, you know. It makes you feel like a badass, kicking down doors and killing like 10, 20 AI all at once. Kind of feels cool. People in this game, the community is pretty chill. They don't really talk much. No, I have a 4060. My components are, I bought the best bang, the most budget, high performance stuff I could get my hands on, and apparently this one is like it's not really a 4060, it's more like a repurposed 30 something. I don't know. I don't understand the nerd lingo. 4060 is pretty, I'm very happy with it. It runs everything that I need pretty good. Like I have a 240 hertz monitor and I've capped it to 100 FPS so I can keep it nice and cool, and it's smooth enough. You don't really need a million FPS to have a good experience. At least I don't. But man, switching on the desktop, switching from 60 FPS to 240 is like, you cannot go back. It's so buttery smooth. It's unreal. 4060 sounds pretty good. My work cool. 2080 Ti is ancient. Well, it doesn't sound too bad. Ti, it's Ti at least. Can run more thunder, full graphs, 4K. I stay away from. I'm on 1080. I want to keep. I don't know what it is, man. For me, it's like I feel good only when my computer is not. I don't like torturing. Like I'll lower graphics, and I'll make sure it runs cool. Like Arma 3 literally runs cooler than my body temperature. That's the way I like it. If it's not struggling, I never overclock. I sometimes even underclock, just to extend the lifespan of my components. I've got 5600X CPU, which is super power efficient, and it kind of runs kind of hot, but it's super cheap. And this graphics card is super cheap for its performance, and I'm just like very, very pleased. There you have it. You don't pay attention for a second and you get wrecked. And I also play with no sound, which is a major handicap, but that's enough excuses. 4K, I don't know, man. Never tried. I feel like it would set my computer on fire if I tried that shit. Yeah. Plus I would just, if I want to watch movies, I wouldn't buy a massive TV. I would just buy one of those expensive I don't know what you call them, the projectors, and I just project it on my wall. At this point. Yeah, it was a lot of. I built a bunch of computers. My previous GPU was a 1660. It was alright, still works, but I needed something more, just for the. You know, the silly thing is, it's so dumb. My decision-making process is so stupid. I bought this newer card. I upgraded from a 1660 to a 4060 so I could run my games cooler. Not for the extra frames, just to run my computer cooler. Because it just, I don't know, makes me feel, when you have OCD, you kind of feel things inanimate objects and things you own. You feel them as if they are your body parts. And if my computer is struggling, I don't feel good. It feels like a part of, like it feels like it's my heart or my liver or something. Yeah, just minimize the torture on my components, man. I take good care of my things. Keep them nice and cool. I have enabled turbo on my processor now because it's winter. I don't have the HVAC on. I don't have heating on. And I'm playing with just. I'm literally in my shorts and my t-shirt right now, and my beanie. And when you put the beanie on, the heat doesn't escape through your head, and it keeps you warm. He says I hate the noise. 6600 is probably the next step from RX 580. I don't understand much about this computer stuff. Just go to PC Part Picker or one of those comparison sites and it compares the performance for you. I was unironically considering upgrading my CPU from a Ryzen 5 to a Ryzen 7 and realized that it would only be a 15% boost, and I gave up on it. Like, sometimes it's just not worth it. And also make sure that the cable leading from your monitor plugs into your graphics card and not the motherboard, because apparently that's a mistake a lot of people make. It's taking it running from a car. Sound of the fan of a car. Wow. I'm having problems with my power supply. The PSU, I think is called. It's making clicking noises sometimes. I have to finally stop being so stingy and buy a gold or silver rated or whatever they're called power supply, because this is getting, I don't know if you guys can hear it on the stream, the GPU fans. Wow. Yeah, I have to blow the thing with some compressed air, I think. Gonna have to make some microphone adjustments then, so I can spare you from hearing the airplane sounds, because it's going kind of wild right now. Don't usually use the noise suppression thing because it warps your voice. And that's a shotgun, mind you. So the range on this thing is not good, and it shoots flechette rounds. It's not a slug. Yeah, these shotguns, the new shotguns that came with the new update, are very overpowered. It's a one-shot kill. Yeah, these things are ridiculous. I gotta show you the other one. This thing is, the spread of the flechettes is ridiculous. Like, it's basically a slug. It's insane how overpowered it is. I mean, I am 33 years old. I played it 10 years ago. I think it should have, I think it came out in the early 2010s. I was still in college back then. Played it in like 2013, I think. I was, what, 21? And I don't remember much of it back then, but there was still people who, there was the pay to win thing. There was I think it was a microtransactions type game from the start. And I didn't last very long playing that game, as you can imagine, because I don't like these kind of didn't play it for long enough to tell you whether I was a good player, or I think I was pretty average. My heart was not into it. 2012, 2013 was mostly like a Call of Duty era for me. Single player. Yeah, you young kids, you don't know nothing. game, but I still have a lot of game. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's how you know when a game can exist for that long. They don't make them games like this no more. Games don't have soul no more. I didn't really play a lot of titles. I'm not a serious gamer. This dude's gonna explode it, and I am gonna be in range. Danger close. And we're gonna get wrecked. Okay. It's old, but you know, I love these games where, just like No More Room in Hell, it's also more than 10 years old. The developers know what not to touch. Whatever works, they just don't touch it. And it works flawlessly 10 years later. It works on a potato. And it works the same way it works on a potato, it works on a, like, the most expensive computer you can buy. That's the kind of games I like. I especially had this problem with Assassin's Creed games. Played all of them. Ironically, the more sophisticated, the more powerful my computer became, the better the older titles seemed to play, which is weird. You would expect that the newer ones would be better optimized, but they weren't. They would just play like absolute crap compared to the old ones. Ready or Not. Oh yeah, Ready or Not. I started hosting my own games. Problem is, man, a lot of people don't speak English, and communication is very, very difficult. It's like 1 in 5 servers you'll get a bunch of people to communicate. If you can get like a team of responsible people, it's a really good experience. And I hosted my own servers, and I would play for like 2 hours, because usually you get a host that doesn't speak the language, or if they do, they'll decide to like they'll just Alt F4 out of the game and just leave you hanging mid-game or whatever. Just really bad experience if you play on other people's servers. So I was like, I've never been a leader, but I was just so fed up with everyone else that I started hosting Ready or Not games. And yeah, man, honestly, it's not that difficult if you play like a midwit and you just put 50 layers of armor on your body. You can just pretty much, you're invincible. And the pros play with minimal armor, and they do the pistol only challenge, and that's fun, but it's very rare to find people like that. It's mostly on North American servers, and I play on European servers because the ping. So yeah, there's a handicap right there. 1 hour 30 minutes of yapping. I might have to start doing this more often, bros, because streaming is the easiest job on the planet. And that's a funny, I just made an association in my brain. When I was a bartender, that's also a really comfy job. If your co-workers are also not douchebags, because there's a lot of douchebags, especially on the waitressing front. And it's almost like people love you because you're poisoning them. They're paying to get poisoned, and they love you because you serve them poison. It's kind of weird. Same thing with the streaming. People like you for sitting on your ass and talking about nothing. It's really weird. Like a streamer or an OnlyFans content creator makes more than people whose jobs are actually meaningful. Yeah, I will. I'm digging this shit, and I'm naturally a night owl. I don't know where you guys are from. If you're from North America, South America, or if you're in Europe or elsewhere. But I realized that I wake up, I have a tendency to, my circadian rhythm has a tendency to make me wake up as if I lived in the Americas. Like I'll wake up in the afternoon. I'll go to sleep. I'll literally go to sleep right before sunrise. That's my favorite. Going to sleep before sunrise and going to bed before sunset. Oh, sorry. Going to bed before sunrise and waking up before sunset, so that I can just dark max. Especially now in the winter. Oh, I love it, man. Wake up, it's dark. Go to sleep before sunrise. It's just amazing. I love it, and it fits if my audience is mostly like from the Americas. It's like golden for me. I mean, that's how it is. That's just how things are on YouTube and on most popular websites. It's majority US Aryan. They drive the traffic, they drive the money, they got the most flex. It is what it is. I was very surprised, but it made a lot of sense that I had a lot of viewers from India, actually. I think something like 10-15%. I have to check, I haven't checked it. But it's mostly like the US, Canada, the UK, and then Australia. And after that is Germany. I think that's across, it doesn't matter which niche you're in. Unless your channel is in a completely different language besides English. That's pretty much the distribution. It's like 66% Anglosphere and the rest is first world countries like Germany, Finland, France, Sweden, who speak English flawlessly, and then you have India and some Latin American countries, and that's it. Which is pretty cool. My local time right now is... it's 2:30 a.m. and I'm just getting started. And this is gonna be, man, I feel really good about today. I feel really good that I'm able to create this atmosphere for you guys, and also it's gonna do the channel a lot of good, because the watch time hours are just gonna pile on. 5 dudes watching for 2 hours, it's a lot of watch time hours, man. An hour ahead, so 3:30 a.m. Sounds like Russia-ish. Russia, Kazakhstan, Central Asian republics, something like that. Ukraine. You have to vote, brothers. They never listen. I love this game. And you know, the worst thing is that this is how lazy I am. This is a game I truly love playing. And I can only play it, if I did the calculations right, last 2 weeks, 20 hours. It's 10 hours a week. Let me check out the other shotgun. 10 hours a week, bros. 2 hours a work day. That's half a half-hour work day. That's half a part-time job, and I love this game. Imagine me trying to work something I don't like. If I can barely do 2 hours in a video game. Embarrassing. Can't even do gaming right. But I'm trying though. Now the game has meaning. Now the game has a new meaning as background for yapping to create an atmosphere. It's part of something bigger now. You yapping and capping stream. Man, my first stream was like I was panicking. It was difficult because I didn't have the little chat box. But I figured out how to set it up, and now my life is 100% easier. Because I had to always be looking at my second monitor and like, because it's a bit far away from me, and I had to constantly be looking for new chats and paying attention to the game at the same time. But now it's like all in one. The bots are pretty weak because there's not a lot of people as well. Only 3 of us. Each time someone new joins, a bot gets added. Yeah. Genuinely never thought anyone would watch these. I really feel like going. I'm gonna stream for as long as, I guess, oh, Schizo. For as long as you guys are here. I'm on, I got nothing else going on. Oh no, we got 2 people AFK. Yeah, that's the other shotgun. So basically, this last update, they added these 2 shotguns, which are extremely overpowered. They're one hit kill even at a distance. And they slap, like the sound they make is intense. But I don't want to add, actually I don't want to add sound, because that's... Don't want to be harassing you with the shooting. Plus the characters, they have their little lines that they scream all the time. I want to try some other game. I'm really have not been in the loop of what's poppin'. I don't watch other streamers now. I don't watch what people play. I know it's gonna be a background game, but I'm open to suggestions for what to play. FPS is obviously I'm kind of more like I want to find something, and I tried joining this Grand Theft Auto 5 zombie mod server, but it's kind of whack. Kind of like running around killing zombies, looting, building shit like a DayZ, but without the humans. I feel like they'll always be trying to victimize you and take your shit, and I will not do very good in such environment. Something like more co-op-ish or single player-ish. I could do no more room in hell, kill some zombies, but it gets pretty repetitive. Just like this game gets kind of repetitive, but at least it makes you feel like a badass when you get a 20 kill streak, 30 kill streak. But it's just bots. Not very cool. People will start calling me out for not being competitive, but that's okay. That's not the kind of people I want to attract anyway, the narcissists. the true gamers, the pro gamers, I don't want to be attracting them. They'll roast me. And then I'll get self-conscious and then I won't be streaming no more. Nah, just kidding. But this time will come though. The roasts will come. These defenses, it's funny how this must be what real life is like as well. Like in battle, a 2 minute defense is like a lifetime. And the Arma 3 defenses last like 25 minutes of enemies just coming at you. Insane. Could not imagine doing this as a job. What game do you have? Games. I'm gonna show you in the library. It's not a lot. Just let me. Yeah, I'll just let the guys deal with this objective. So I have Arma 3, which I love. As you can see, 2200 hours. I have Counter-Strike 2. I don't play that. Too toxic. Insurgency Sandstorm, which is what I'm playing right now. No More Room in Hell, which is a zombie killer co-op type game. And Ready or Not, which is like a SWAT. It's literally SWAT 5. It's special weapons and tactics. It's a police simulator. It's a tactical simulator. It's really cool. I really like it. But your focus has to be like undivided. Your attention has to be. Oops. I think I messed up my chat. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't know what Ah, there we are. I keep forgetting that the guy that I watched the tutorial on how to set up this chat box thing, he says it only works when you play in full screen mode, but I'm sorry, in windowed mode or borderless, but I'm playing in full screen, and I guess that's why I have to keep re-popping it every single time after I alt-tab. Well, that's okay. But yeah, most of these other games require undivided attention, almost, especially Arma 3, the server that I play on. It's super strategic, super tactical, very comms heavy. You pick a role and you have to do your job, and people rely on you to be communicating. And if you're a squad leader, you get secondhand schizophrenia, basically. You have every single person in your 12-man squad is yapping in your ear, and then you're also communicating with pilots and with command, with headquarters, and with other squad leaders. So that's 20 people in your ear almost non-stop. I don't know how they do it, man. How they can make sense of the schizophrenia. The police simulator is, you have to be like super slow and tactical, and you have to think things through because the AI is just brutal. The zombie game is kind of boring. It's very repetitive. You just kill zombies with your bros. It's kind of like Left 4 Dead, I guess, if you've played that, but more slow-paced. Counter-Strike, I don't even have to discuss that. I'm stuck with where I live. I'm stuck with Russians and Turks, and they don't speak no English. And their favorite one-liners always have to do with your mama, and that's all they know. There's no team play in public servers, casual or whatever they call it. And if you play competitive, everyone bitches at you if you don't pay attention, so How'd you get to learn so good English? Man, I didn't learn any English at school. It was, for me, it was just video games and Cartoon Network. Growing up in the 90s, that's all I had. I had like, my dad bought our first computer in the year, it was either 98 or 99. I used to play Doom with my uncle, and then we got our own computer, and it wasn't that powerful, but I got some basic games, and I was just repeating. I didn't even know what the characters were saying. I was just repeating it, and for me it was more like I was memorizing words. That's how I learned the language, just memorizing, and then assuming the meaning of new words through context. Like, I never looked up a word in a dictionary or anything like that, and our schools didn't teach any language really. Like, the level they teach at school is atrocious. It's really bad. You're not gonna learn a language at school, at least not where I live. And I went to a high school where we studied 2 languages, and it was a joke. It was a complete joke. Like, we had one of these I don't know what they were called, exercise textbooks that are like 100 pages long, where it was just multiple choice stuff and fill in the blanks stuff. And one afternoon I was so fed up because the teacher would give us these assignments, like, for homework do pages 3 to 5 or whatever, and I got so fed up doing them piece by piece that one afternoon I just sat down and I filled the whole thing, and I submitted it, and I was like, I solved all the problems. Don't bother me with homework anymore. And during the teacher parent meetings, she roasted my mom. She was like, your son can't do that. Take his shit away and make him do it properly next time. Don't accept that kind of... Your son can't be clowning me like that. That's how ridiculous the whole system was. They don't teach you any language. Like, most of the students knew better English than the teachers themselves, because they spend so much time online, even back then. Back then, even before smartphones, back when YouTube started popping in 2005, and all the kids were in, we had Skype back then. Everyone was on Skype. We had MySpace, later we had Facebook. Everyone was on YouTube and Skype, consuming content online and playing video games. And that's how most people learned English. English is the easiest language for a European to learn, I think. That's funny as hell. Seeing the answers to all the students. Nice. Actually, no, I wasn't selling the answers. I just filled the entire exercise book. I solved answered all the questions, wrote all the essays, answered all the multiple choice questions and all that. Basically did a full year's worth of homework in one afternoon, because I was bored. How long did it take to learn another language? So I studied French in high school. I didn't really learn it. I can kind of understand what people be saying. And keep in mind, there was it wasn't just regular classes. We had like 4 or 5 hours of French every single day. And we had extra classes outside of school on top of that. But I'd say, if you really want to learn a language, you have to like it. You have to be doing stuff. You have to be listening to the music, playing the games, talking with the people, with the native speakers. You can't just be learning it, because the textbooks are so plastic. The ones that they battle in schools. That's my main problem with the way that language is taught, at least in my country, is that it's not based on real world knowledge. It's not gonna help you in real life. The way they teach it is like the way a 1950s robot would learn a language. They would learn the templates, and no one speaks like that. And I'm like, if you think that you can go to school and learn the language at school, and then go to that foreign country and you're gonna understand anything, you're gonna be very disappointed, because people have accents. They have different accents. People speak at different speeds. You have foreigners who speak the language in a goofy accent. You're not gonna understand anything. And people have their own, they have their buzzwords, they have their slang. They don't teach that in school. And that's my main problem with the way language is taught. They don't show you little examples of like street culture, or how people speak in different neighborhoods, what to expect. They don't prepare you culturally. They just feed you rules. And that's the thing that kills language learning for me, is the grammar, it is the rules. How can you start filling children's heads with these programmer, almost like it doesn't feel like learning a language, learning a culture. It feels like learning a programming language, like you're a soulless robot. That's what it felt like for me. It was less about enjoying it. It was more about, and I think the way they did it this way so they could measure it, because that's how you can put it into little boxes and measure. Like the teachers can be evaluated based on results. That's why they teach it that way. My age is 33. Every language also has their own slang too, very different from the book, exactly. And just the way that they structure the sentences and the wooden conversations that they have in the textbooks is just so off-putting. Let me just go to another server. This one's empty. Just the conversations. It just, the whole thing is it's not about the language. That's what pissed me off the most. That's why I didn't learn French. There was never an incentive to learn it. I didn't get anything out of learning. It was not fun. Like back then we didn't even have, early on in the mid 2000s, the school didn't have laptops. We didn't have fancy technology. We didn't have, we had electrical cassette tapes and cassette players, and they would play these wooden conversations over the tape recorder. And it was just, they just sucked the joy out of the language. I mean, even if you went to private lessons, because I had to go and pay, my family had to pay a bunch of money so that I could prepare for the English exams. So I could get a certificate that basically says this guy understands, he has mastered the language at the B2 level, which means I can be taught in English at the university level, right? And I had to go to private classes, not because I had to, not to learn a more advanced level of the language, but so that I could learn the format of the exam, so that I could learn what was expected of me, the format, like the templates, the templatey words and sentences and the idioms and the phrases that they were expecting to see during the exams. That was such a scam. That was such a massive scam. I think you can get a general idea of how well someone understands the language by just having a 5-minute conversation. That should be enough. But they want to measure it, and they need an excuse to take your money. And yeah, people are just afraid of the accountability thing. They want there to be accountability. So that if I go, and there were a lot of people who did not speak English very well at university even, like their English was atrocious. And there has to be, you know, some. I can understand it. There has to be some kind of a way to filter people who who don't speak it. So you do need that kind of certificate. So the university can say, okay, we're not gonna be wasting our time with this dude. He has his little piece of paper, his man-made paper. So yeah. Sorry to bore you with all this language yapping, but I've studied. I didn't even know that my parents did this. They signed me up for foreign language classes from the age of 7. I didn't even know that that was a thing. They signed me up for, and I don't know how it is in other countries, but in my country it's kind of like the structure of the classes is like you're like a military unit. You're given a number and you are in a class with 20 other people, and you're stuck with these people for like 5 years, 7 years, 12 years, and you have a dedicated room, and the teachers come to you. You don't go to the teachers. Like, you don't go to physics class. The physics teacher comes to you. You don't go to chemistry. The chemistry teacher comes to you. And each unit has its own kind of like specialty, and some of them didn't teach foreign languages, and others taught 1 foreign language from the age of 7, and mine taught 2 foreign languages from the age of 7, so from the first grade, pretty much. And I didn't know, I thought that was normal, but it turns out it was not normal. Because I guess they did some kind of language proficiency exam to test how flexible your brain was, and they would ask you questions in your own language, and they would be like, try to gauge how rich your vocabulary was in your own language, and they would then decide whether you were suitable for that kind of program. And I learned that my parents had signed me up for one of these when I was like literally like 3 years ago. Didn't even know that. But I do still have an accent, which kind of pisses me off, but that's not something you can really change. You're just gonna, when your mouth solidifies physically, you're just stuck with the accent. But yeah, I can see that there's 2 people watching still, and it's 1 hour 58 minutes. I've been streaming for 1 hour 58 minutes, so if you guys are bored or if you want me to stop yapping or yap about something else, feel free to set the topic. Because I don't think it's 2 hours long. I don't think, even if I save it as a video, I don't think anyone's gonna watch the whole thing. But it feels like we did a lot of good today. Created some chill atmosphere. De-stressed for 2 hours. I'm gonna keep going as long as people are watching. Yeah. I never really thought that I would actually be streaming games. I forgot why I decided to even try that. That game looks like a fun one. Did you have to pay for it? Is it free? I think it's on discount right now, actually. I have to check. Oh shit. If I go to the... It should be discounted. Nope. Or is it? $29.99. Yeah, man, it was discounted. It was like $15 during the, what kind of sale? Was it? I forgot what Steam does. Like the beginning of every school year, back to school or whatever it was called, I forget. But it was on discount. I added my card in Steam, but I mean it's kind of expensive. I don't know if you wanna buy it. Maybe wait until the winter sale. I don't know if when it starts. I don't follow that kind of stuff, but they do some really good discounts. This game was like 50% off like a couple weeks ago, I think. You can tell usually by the number of like the low levels that are in your games, but yeah, wait for my advice would be to wait for a discount. There's gonna be lots of discounts at every winter break. There's some really sweet deals you can scoop up. Or like you can buy it on another life hack is you can buy it on G2A. I don't know if I can say that, but it's a legit place. You can buy it on really good discounts. Basically, you can buy any Steam key, any global Steam key on G2A. Not sponsored, unfortunately. They got some sweet deals. There's probably other places that sell them. A lot of people think that they're scammers or something, but it makes sense. It's like a lot of them are physical stores, like gaming stores that cannot sell all their games. They can't sell the physical copies because they have limited customers in the area, so they just upload the keys online. They just sell the keys online. The problem with that is you don't really own your game. Like, you don't own your Steam games. Like, back in the day when I was young, when I was a kid, you used to be able to buy DVDs, like discs with the CD key on them. And you owned it. Back in the good old days. Not anymore. You will own nothing when you will be happy. Klaus Schwab wants you to be owning a bunch of virtual funny money because 90% of money doesn't exist in physical form, and he wants you to live in a virtual house and have a virtual girlfriend, not a real one, and he wants you to have virtual entertainment and hang out with virtual dudes and virtual streams instead of your real friends. Sorry for demotivating and demoralizing. I do be an agent of evil. Yeah. I've been checking out the crypto markets recently, and it's not looking good. It's not looking good for the crypto bros. As a no coiner myself, I hope that there's a correction so I can buy up some cheapies, but other people make a really good point that this may be the bottom and the bitcoins will be going up in price from here on out. We shall see which schizophrenic theory holds water. I'm personally betting on a correction. Right now it trades at about 100,000, 103,000 per coin. It may drop down to 50k, but this is not financial advice. That's just my hopes and dreams. and maybe we'll be able to afford to invest some of it in this funny money, some of that inheritance. Oh, I have not been paying attention to the game. But yeah. There's gonna be probably a major correction in 2026. Expect difficult times. Your boy will sleep through the difficult times as usual. Your boy will be streaming and not caring. I bet I retest 100,000 again. If it goes lower, then it'll be a big correction. It actually it dipped below 100,000 yesterday. It was like 98,500 or something. It dipped below, but it did on the 1 minute chart, which is it's a very funny and unprofessional thing to be looking at and making assumptions out of, but it did a double bottom, and then I was like, okay, it's going back up to 105, 104, 105, and that's where it went. I haven't checked it today, but it's the kind of situation where you think it's gonna crab for a while and then maybe go down, because some news came out today that 30%, I don't know how to phrase it, I'm not financially literate, but 30% of the BTC traded this year was traded above 100,000. So 30% of the bag holders are at a loss currently. So, and that's usually a good signal according to the person. I think it was Cointelegraph. I forgot the source. That is usually a signal that things are, according to history, based on historical trends, that the price is going to move up. But I don't know about that. Sometimes it feels like there's too many people invested, too many people who bought over 100,000. You know, the memes of making fun of people who bought at 100k like it's a delusional thing to do. There's too many of them now. And regular people, retail investors are the majority. They're like 2/3 of people who have, of the holders, and 15% is institutional. So as a share of pure power, of pure volume, it's still in the hands of the regular people and those who hoarded, the ancient holders who either mined or bought in the 2010s, and they either lost their keys or they got diamond hands. So like, if I was an institution right now, if I was an institutional investor, my main goal would be to shake off as many regular dudes holding this as possible, so I can control the price. But we'll see how this plays out. There's also a theory that the 4-year cycle is no longer valid, that the price will stabilize now and grow like an index fund. And that's not gonna be as volatile, but I think that's a stretch. And the counter argument is that it's gonna be as volatile as ever, and that nothing's gonna change. That no, it's not gonna be different this time. And there's this also this theory that's a really good point, that the dark forces created it to trick you into buying it, so you could lose, then dump on you So you could lose everything. Yep, you're gonna have CBDCs. Every country's gonna have a digital stable coin for its currency, and that's bad news for freedom, because that just means that now you don't have cash. Now your government can control absolutely everything. Now if you protest, just like in Canada, they just turn off your account. They just freeze your account. And funnily enough, crypto is being kind of sold as this savior, as this chance at freedom, that you can park your imaginary government control money in it. But what happens if the crypto is also like a staged asset to rob you of whatever freedom you had left? Like that. I haven't really thought about it deeply. Easy way to install a social credit score on the citizens. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm not educated on how the finance thing works. I think it's been broken down. How you can basically create a problem when it comes to security stuff, where you get people literally begging you to install a totalitarian surveillance state so they can feel safe, and then you take away their rights that way, and you introduce, like, the robots replace the people, the AI replaces the people, and then you tax the robots and you pay people. There's enough money, because right now there's barely enough money to give everyone $1,000 a month. Like, you cannot do basic income right now. But if the robot destroys the price of goods, if it lowers the price, then it's maybe possible to give everyone UBI. And then it's not going to be unconditional, it's going to be very conditional. And if you're a bad boy, they just shut it off, and then you can't do anything. You become a total outcast. Yeah, kind of. In Vietnam, they froze millions of bank accounts that didn't accept a digital ID. Yeah. There's already basic income. Yeah. In some forms, in some countries, like, I think there was a sovereign fund in Alaska, and in Norway they have an oil thing. And there were pilots that they were run in Europe and other places that, but it kind of works. But I don't know, man. There's gonna be a crisis of purpose if you take away jobs. Like, what are you gonna do with all that free time? Like, look at what I'm doing, and look how much need there is for this kind of, for someone to fill the silence, someone to be entertained away from having nihilistic thoughts. You eat the bugs and like it. That was kind of funny what happened with the Beyond Meat stock. I don't know if you guys have been following. I think it kind of exploded. I don't know if it dumped though. The funny meat stock. Someone was speculating, and it went up in price, and then it crashed, I think. No, people that invested. Beyond Meat. Imagine a world where meat is only reserved for the elite, ultra rich. You will eat the rice. You will eat the wood chips. Yeah, well, good for them that they got in early. I need some of them. I need a crypto Twitter hot tip so I can 10x my inheritance and and retire. CO2 tax on everything that you do, including eating. Yeah, that's kind of nuts. It's nuts that that's a thing. So many kills. I really like these schizophrenic theories of what's gonna happen in the future. It's gonna be fun to see what happens with the AI stuff, whether it's an actual bubble. And that's another good point that people, intelligent people, brought up in these business forums, in these discussions about AI and crypto, that a lot of money, the crypto is being sidelined now because the investors are focused on AI. And no one gives a shit about crypto anymore, which is a good point. I like how conspiracies take 6 months to be facts. Would they tax beer if it's naturally carbonated? Oh, that's a good point. If the yeast produce the CO2. I mean, if you ingest too many too many yeast farts, because what you're drinking when you drink alcohol, what you actually are drinking is the waste product of a yeast, which literally urinates and farts. And you're consuming the piss and the farts of a fungus to get high, which is kind of funny when you think about it. And a lot of people are losing their lives because they overdose on fungal urine. So that'll be very funny if there's a beer tax. In addition to the vice tax, some countries like Sweden have insane vice taxes on the alcohol. Can imagine an extra tax on top of that. There's a lot of interesting schizophrenic discussions that I really like. And but it's as a schizoid, someone with schizoid traits, I can never get too invested into a narrative, you know. I stay pretty impartial, so the good thing about having you guys is that you can kind of drive the you can steer the conversation with your hot takes, and I can just be a balanceur and just kind of entertain. I really enjoy entertaining. That's my biggest weakness and my, I guess, a strength, that I'm ready to believe anything if it's presented in a strong enough, convincing enough way. Like, I'm willing to entertain a lot of schizophrenic theories. Say probably on TV what is Schizo about it. There's already a CO2 tax. The cows be farting too much. Yeah. Absolute ridiculousness. Taxes is how you get people to leave your country, especially the wealthy. Conspiracy theories, you entertaining rabbit hole to go down. I know. I have been in many rabbit holes for a decade. It doesn't really affect me. It's interesting though. Some people that take them really seriously. That's the kind of people I find fascinating. Someone who has the mental power to really get into it and really believe it. That's what I'm struggling with. I'm struggling with like really believing. So when I meet someone like that, it's like I really admire, no matter how unhinged the thing is. Yeah. But as a self-sheltering person who doesn't go outside much and isn't affected too much, it's very easy to not be up to date on the latest Schizo theories, because these things affect people in real life, and they can actually build a solid theory around a kernel of truth, and I can't because I don't have normal experiences. All food and products are text. You're schizo about that. No, I don't mean it seriously. I don't mean schizophrenic seriously. I mean it like a buzzword, like a meme. Not that you're actually schizophrenic, but it's just a word. I'm not very familiar with yeah. I'm not calling anyone schizophrenic, man. I know schizophrenics. That's some real shit. Don't want to be using the term so much that it loses its meaning. Afraid of YouTube? Not really. I mean, you reach a point where I was very serious about the privacy stuff when I was in my 20s. I had literally zero social media presence, no pictures anywhere, nothing. I mean, no, what are they gonna do? I'm nobody. They don't care about nobodies. Worst that can happen is someone can report my videos for like discussing controversial content. Maybe they'll take down the video, maybe they'll give me a warning, maybe they'll take my channel down. I don't really have a lot to lose. I'm nobody. They target someone big, like people who get assassinated because they're too big and they hurt someone's feelings. They got stuff to lose. I don't got nothing to lose. And like I said, man, I was very privacy conscious. I had a laptop. When I had a laptop, I removed the lid and I unplugged the camera and the microphones. I thought that that was no like active spying, but definitely technology was listening in and recording things and offering you ads and searches based on what you say, what you look up. Talking about the bugs, I don't care. I've done much worse to my body than bugs. Like literally no one cares about. There's conspiracy channels on you. There's much darker stuff if you want to go down the black pills. The whole of the black pill thing on YouTube that are up and they're doing just fine. I don't care about Klaus Schwab or the EU bureaucrats, and they don't care about me. I'm a literal NEET. I am at the lowest point on the pyramid. I'm buried underneath the pyramid. Yeah, man, I mean, we've already discussed self-deleting and depression and psychosis, conspiracy theories, you know. As long as it doesn't get, I guess, too crazy, like, because it can get, like, people take advantage when they see that you're kind of tolerant and they start abusing that. And they indulge in some real trolling. Eat a steak. Wasn't there a video like that of this dude just eating a steak in front of a vegan chick? That went viral. That was kind of fun. He's probably just gonna smile and say, "Enjoy it while you can. We will take that from you. You think you are making a good point? You are being childish." We will see who will be laughing. Eventually freeze your bank account. That's not allowed. You're too poor to be happy. I don't know, man. I think as long as you don't go out of your way to hurt someone's narrative, someone's agenda, you're gonna be fine. If I'm just yapping in front of like a group of dudes, and as a matter of fact, and I've been thinking about this, what I'm doing, like if anyone with half a brain, anyone who has like a molecule of power, in a hypothetical world where they become aware of my stuff, you know, they're gonna see a useful idiot, because what I'm doing is I'm keeping you guys calm and chill. I'm not radicalizing you against the system, right? I don't promote anything. So actually I'm working in their favor when you think about it. I'm working in Klaus Schwab's favor, because you're wasting your time now watching some dude play a 10-year-old video game, wasting your time instead of hoarding capital, buying guns and radicalizing yourselves, which you could be doing actually. There's a lot of places where you could be doing something if you were really serious. These people are everywhere. There's radicals everywhere. No, I'm telling you to. I'm literally by making this stream, I'm telling you to stay home, chill, don't be angry, nothing matters, in a good way, like a positive nihilism. Like it's not worth it, so don't sweat it, kind of thing. So you can say, yeah, I'm consuming too much CO2. I think when you make these kind of laws, you're just gonna turn a lot of people against you. It's not gonna be a tyranny where they take things away from you. It's gonna be a tyranny where it's kind of like with the alcohol thing. You're just gonna be offered something that's you're gonna be the warden of your own slop prison. They're just gonna give you no other choice. You're gonna be too poor to buy meat, so you are gonna buy the slop. You're gonna be too poor to buy the 40/60, so you're gonna buy whatever is available, and you're gonna be, compared to others, you're just gonna be doing the average thing, so no one's gonna be suffering, really. You will be distracted when you will be happy. You'll be too distracted to care about these things. Like, literally. Like, look how happy I am. I'm a good slave. Couldn't care less. I am the product of exactly this type of brainwashing. If I was a rebel, I would be pumping weights, starting a community offline with people who care about me and I care about them. Capable, smart people with money. I'm both the product of the degradation of society, of the modern illness of young people, and the amplifier of this kind of narrative. I'm feeding it, I'm living it, and I'm feeding it back. I'm feeding how nice, how comfy, how chill it is back to you guys. So I'm a good, useful slave. Eat the bugs and don't think. They're gonna laugh and say, are you serious? I'm not paying this crazy tax. You know, there's a lot of people who think that we're headed towards some kind of revolution, that we've been at peace for way too long. And that when there's an excess of single men, single unhappy men, that usually leads to revolutionary movement. But I am not one of those revolutionary men. I am the opposite. I am a pacifier. Yeah, so I hope I don't get executed for that by the radicals, by the revolutionaries. The revolution, I don't have to be worrying about Klaus Schwab or the drones that the government's gonna send Blackwater, or what was the other thing that's what was that other group that's popping up recently? I don't have to worry about them. I don't have to worry about governments. I have to worry about the radicals, the revolutionaries. The revolutionaries are gonna come for my ass, not the government. The revolutionaries, the ones who care about the well-being of young people. They hate people like me because I'm complacent. Yeah, what was the name of the group that got shorted by this billionaire dude? Keep forgetting their name. I don't know. I don't even know what they are. I forgot about them. Not BlackRock. What was that name? BlackRock? Blackwater, BlackRock, something like that. I don't have to worry about them. I have to worry about some lunatic with an agenda. Whose heart, because these guys are mercenaries, you know, they don't care about, they know that people can be bought. But a lunatic with an agenda, a lunatic revolutionary who hates you, they're the lunatics that do the assassinations. Because you said something that offended their fifis. That's the people I'm scared of, not the government. There's a lot of crazies nowadays. I don't know. All I can say is that I was thinking about making a video on this because I did apply for, back in the day, back in my 20s, I was an adventurous boy and I wanted to work in intelligence, and I did apply, and I went through the application process and I got to meet some of these people, and I thought it was exciting, but it's not what I expected. It was kind of boring, and my paranoia greatly diminished after I realized how human and flawed these people are, how regular and average they were. You will accept the digital euro or bank froze. I mean, we pretty much already have. Like, if you look at countries like the Nordic countries, if you look at Sweden, they're like 80% of their transactions, 90% are digital. Everything is digital. They don't even, there's places where they don't even accept cash anymore. And they're just the more advanced ones. This is coming like everywhere. So, and something like most of the money doesn't exist in physical form, and whatever does exist is extremely devalued. So, of course, you're gonna accept the digital euro. You'll have no choice. Only like some lunatics who, like the Assassin's Creed game, the main character, what was his name? That wasn't Aiden. Not Altair, but the guy who, in modern times, the guy who steps into the Animus. I forgot his name. Unless you grow up in a commune where, like a hippie commune, where a bunch of people come together and they farm and they produce their own food, and they have guns, and you don't need money. You're gonna be a slave pretty much. My broker for investments wanted to 3D image my face and ID. Oh, you mean the verification thing where they have you like turn left, turn right, that kind of thing? That's everywhere now. If you want to use a bank, if you want to use money services, they want an anal probe now. That's just how it is. I've submitted my biometrics like a million times. I'm on like 10 exchanges. That's how it is, man. You're not free anymore. Oh yeah, you can always escape to another country. That's the smart move. Some island paradise for rich people. Somewhere with no taxes where you can just chill and buy yourself passports so you can travel freely. Buy yourself citizenship. I used to watch these YouTubers, the multi-millionaires with the multi-passports, who got like Saint Kitts and Nevis passports and shit like that. Yeah, you can basically, like, if you go to a third world country that's relatively safe and you have your passive income, like if you were smart enough to invest in an index fund or something, you can pretty much live like a king in some tropical paradise where you won't be eating the bugs, but the bugs will be eating you. Yeah, it's possible. I wouldn't go there for the women. I wouldn't put a woman or getting sex as a priority in my life, but you do you. Everyone has different needs, man. Yeah, you gotta find your own happiness. Different things make us happy. I could live with 2K a month in my country. Like I could live like a king even here. The problem is where you get the money for the initial investments. And I wanna do everything legally. You know, I'll pay my taxes like a good boy and all that, and I'll never be a thorn in anyone's side or anything like that. But yeah, fucking off to a Southeast Asia. Oh, I don't know, man. Like I imagine there's gonna be like a lot of scammers there and people trying to take advantage of you, and make sure it's safe. Like, you might end up kidnapped, stabbed. If you go there and start yapping how you made it big in crypto, you gotta pretend like you're poor. Play it smart. Pretend that you say that you moved there because it's cheap and you couldn't make it in your own country, and you're just gonna blend in with the rest of the losers. Yeah, imagine ending up in third world prison. No, thank you. Like I forgot where it was. Indonesia, the Philippines, where if you get arrested, I'm not sure again, like which country it was, but it's awful. Like the backlogs, they don't have enough judges, and once you end up in jail, not in prison, you're just waiting for sentencing. You're waiting for the court to look at your story and decide whether you're innocent. You could be spending months and years in jail, cramped in these, like, I watched a documentary on it. I wish I remembered the name of the country, but it was down there in them islands, and they shove you in one of them big communal cells with 50 other dudes, and it's like hot, and you're just waiting for a judge to look at your case. You could be innocent and wasting years just rotting there. Or like someone can put a bag over your head and demand ransom. I'd much rather stay here. There's no crime here. Taxes, we have the lowest taxes I think in the EU. Pretty happy. I sign up for people not to travel to paradises. Oh yeah, that's also a good point. It's like the show Prison Break in the later seasons. Oh yeah, I love that show. I think they made it a little too long. There was like did they go to Panama or something? I forget. They go to Mexico and then Panama. And they ended up they kept ending up in prison somehow, and they voluntarily went back to prison. It was a loopy ride, man. I would much rather watch Lost at this point. That was a bigger mindfuck. Oh no, we have taxes, but they're very low. Yeah, Bulgaria. Very low tax. Like 10% income tax if I make gains on crypto. Or if I try to cash out some index fund stuff, it's 10%. Every time I declare a profit. It's like, there's a lot of things to complain about, but I'm very happy. I really like my country when it comes to and mileage will vary because the capital city is a different story. It's a jungle, but in the province, in the countryside, it's chill, no crime, no violent crime. Basically, people are super chill. Taxes, 10% income tax. You do get robbed. I mean, you do have like the whole fuckery with the pension system. If you work a salaried job, you gotta have your mandatory voluntary pension funds that kind of rob you of your money. Girls are pretty fine, yeah, but I'm the last person who can give you advice on the women's. I don't care. I don't care about the women's in general. I'm chill. I'm trying not to introduce unnecessary people in my life. It's a really good country to live if you have money. Like if you find a way to get yourself 2K a month and you're not very needy, you can live a really good life. I mean, really pretty good hiking. We got lots of mountains. We got some pretty good hiking trails. Got some beautiful mountain scenery. I went to a couple of the peaks. It's pretty good stuff, man. Especially if you can manage to get yourself like a nice little house in the mountains next to a little stream in the Rhodope mountain range. That's why I think that's really popping recently. We got everything. We got seaside, we got rivers, we got mountains, plains. The question is, like, do you have the money to enjoy it? It's really difficult for a salaried person with no skills, no education, no connections. That's why I'm doing the YouTube thing. I've worked normal jobs here. It's fine, but the bosses they have this kind of, they're very exploitive. They milk you dry. I was working 16-hour shifts on minimum wage. Basically unpaid overtime. That's how it is for most people. And they even if the job offer is like they'll pay you a normal salary, they will insure you on minimum wage, which is kind of sucks for a lot of people. I have family working like that. The whole insurance thing, it really messes with everything. That's the rot starts from the bottom. People be playing hot potato. No one wants to be the sucker. I think that's the main theme. No one wants to be the sucker paying the taxes. And no one wants to be the honest worker because people learn that you get exploited. But I think that's just everywhere. Really, it's not just a regional thing. But here it's like the extremes of it are more pronounced than they would be in Germany or Sweden. The extremes are just bad. Yeah. The workplace is like mostly it depends on what your colleagues are gonna be like. Because I've had some dream colleagues, and then I've had some absolute nightmare narcissist, sociopathic demon colleagues that feels like they're sucking your soul. Especially the waitresses. They can be vicious. When they get a bit hormonal. Yeah, it's just normie drama. If you could get, I've been watching this side of YouTube with the people talking about if you just show up to work and try to do your job without really socializing much, people hate you. Because they think that you think you're better than them or something. But they just introduce this normie stuff that I cannot relate to. That's like an extra burden, and it's almost like it's part of the job description, but it's not. It shouldn't be. You shouldn't have to deal with that. You know, when you go to work, you're there to do a job, and a lot of people have a problem with that mindset. That you just want to get the work done, and they think you're an idiot for being conscientious, a conscientious worker. You just end up taking up most of the work. I mean, depends on if there's alcohol involved. Sometimes it can be tolerable. I used to work at this really comfy office that had the whole thing. They were really chill. They were people that you would love to work with. No stress. Nothing could faze them. But it was an internship position, unfortunately. It's like a dream team. My job was to organize events for all kinds of speakers and write project proposals for funding from the EU. Germany here, the wealth gap is breathtaking to new feudalism. No doubt about that. I read whatever little history I did read. I read a little bit about Prussia, the German state, and they had this thing where at one point you couldn't leave your province, and we had that in socialism as well. You were just stuck a serf, and the townspeople couldn't escape to the villages, and the village people couldn't go to the towns. They were just kept where they belonged. And we had that in socialism. You couldn't leave your village without permission, and the order was maintained. Sounds kind of rough, especially for the professionals, the doctors, the people who actually provide some kind of value. The engineers, the doctors, even the computer programmers. They don't earn that much in the EU. Above ground. Do you invest, brother? Brother Alex, do you invest in something like on German exchanges? Because I think like if you invest on the EU approved exchange, they don't fuck you with taxes as much. Like if you invested in index funds to save it, to at least try to save some of that money that you earned before it loses more of its value. Something like a global ETF. $1K here, another K there every month. Gold, silver, and Bitcoin. Nice, bro. Did you buy? Were you like an owned property? Oh, you're set for life. I'm also a homeowner. That's good, bro. The state can always take it away, but did you buy? Are you a early Bitcoin adopter, or did you buy like after 2017? Because if you bought before 2017, you're a OG. Gonna have to kneel. Gonna have to kneel at your diamond hands. If you just kept buying and accumulating and not selling. I was late. Oh yeah. Late for the party. What do you think is gonna happen from now on? Are we going down from 100k or are we going up? I'll never forgive myself for buying when it was 1,700 per Bitcoin and selling it when it was 3,000. Never forgive myself for that. I could have retired. Could have been a retiree by now. Why don't you want a girlfriend? I just, the decision has been made for me, brother. I just don't have what it takes. I mean, I could get one, but I don't have what it takes to keep one. I just don't care. It's a curse. It's the curse of being not caring. Yeah, we really missed the chance of a lifetime. It looks like from now on it's gonna grow, like it's gonna grow slowly like an index fund. There's no longer gonna be the amazing 10x, 100x of the past. It's gonna be like a 20-30%. Yeah, the hype's over. Holders are holding institutional money's coming in. It's gonna be like a, I don't know if you follow Michael Saylor. I don't really like the guy. I feel like he was convicted for fraud, but he's like an agent of institutional money. And his thesis is that this thing is gonna keep growing. That we're in the golden age of Bitcoin right now, and that it's gonna grow at 20% a year for 10 years. Which I don't know if I can believe that. Instead of like having these ups and downs and this volatility now, because the institutional money is in, it's gonna be like calmer, and it's gonna be growing like S&P 500 or something. Yeah, major clown scammer. Learning to do options investing. There's people doing 10x every day. Yeah, I don't like the Sailor guy. He sounds like he's in bed with BlackRock or something. Almost sounds like, not to get into conspiracies, but if he was some kind of revolutionary, he would have gotten whacked. I think he's one of the people who's trying to get you to lose your money. He's not our friend. How's that going? It's about the AA bubble. Yeah, Alex, I actually wanted to get. I was wondering about that myself. We've been talking about it with the bros, trying to get someone with an actual like strong, educated opinion to tell us about the bubble. Because all I have, brother, is my midwit instincts. Don't really have knowledge. Just been swing trading, shorting the market. You choose a nice stock on Google and do calls on it, shorting his options. Nice. That's some good stuff going on in the chat. Brothers supporting each other financially. Yeah, the Beyond Meats is hilarious. I can't believe that. But I mean, yes, when you're desperate to make money and nothing's moving, you kind of like you meme it into existence. Kind of like the guy who pumped Zcash. Because I've been reading a bit of crypto news. The Indian guy who just said, just basically some wealthy dude goes on Twitter and says that it's insurance against Bitcoin, and it pumps to like $400 something. That was nuts. People just looking for something to move. There's this feeling of stagnation in the crypto markets. These days it's enough to be the one-eyed man among the blind. I can't believe I actually tried to say that shit. It's not even legal in Europe. There's so much abuse against me. Well. Our brothers across the Atlantic are focused primarily on the profits. They don't care about the health aspect of their slaves as much as we pretend to in Europe. Wow. Chat's really popping off. It'd be better to eat the bugs than try anything from Gates. I would try. There was a protein powder for bodybuilders made from the bugs, like a high protein powder flour. Imagine making bread from bug flour. Let's be honest, the whole system is, yep. Yeah. Literally, I have not been paying attention to the game. I just became conscious. Wow. Man, it feels good to be dropping so many dudes all at once. But they do be bots. Trader who inspired the Big Short bets against it. Yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy. That's the dude with the funny eyes who shorted the bad guys. It's all a big Ponzi. Yep. If it feels like you're being sold something, then you usually are. Yes, Michael Burr. Yep, that's the guy. I don't know, man. Sometimes I'm like, if someone like Sailor says things are going up, then they're going down. You ever see the movie The Big Short? Yeah, but I don't remember much of it. The Big Short. Keep confusing it with Boiler Room. There's a big crisis coming, so people accept the damn bugs. That's the oldest trick in the book, isn't it? You create a crisis and then people beg you to save them, and then you're like, ah, see, you begged me. You begged me to surveil you with the drones. You begged me to give you virtual currencies and monitor everything so you don't get scammed by the Indians. You asked for this. 4 a.m. Fried bugs. Isn't that like already a thing in many countries in a certain part of the world? They eat bugs like a delicacy. Worried about the digital euro. Well, I mean, you either pray that the EU collapses at this point, or you run while you still can to another country that still has funny money, where a fish costs 1 million digital rupees. Sorry, hard physical rupees. Zimbabwean dollars. Leave Earth and colonize Mars. I'm gonna play another round of Ark Raiders. Have fun, guys. Thank you, brother Alex, for visiting and spending time out of your day to grace us with your story. It's been insightful and interesting to hear your point of view and an experience from Germany. I'm really happy that this streaming thing counts as uploading a video, and it counts towards the watch time hours, because the video ideas are difficult, guys. Like, coming up with stuff that is interesting enough and relatable enough for other people to watch is like more difficult than just making a general. You see how this is more interesting because like you guys are participating and steering the conversation, and we're yapping about everything. You can't really make a video about everything. You gotta make something fit it into 20 minutes, 30 minutes, like a topic. And to get more subscribers, you gotta make videos. To get more views, you gotta make more videos. And the streaming thing is for the subs. Yeah. That's true. That's very true. Thing is, people like watching something that's a guy who sat down to record that particular topic. And well, yeah, cuts from a video can be enlightening, I guess, but I don't know. Other YouTubers edit parts of theirs. Yeah, that happens. That's true. Oh no. So this channel, that's so funny. This channel started as my alcohol recovery journey, and then it transitioned into loserdom, psychological stuff. Then I started talking about finance. Now I'm doing gaming. and streaming. It'll soon be a conspiracy theory channel. We're just gonna accumulate all the eyeballs, and I'm just gonna have like 10 different communities that watch me for 10 different things. You just go completely multiple personality disorder. How did I stop drinking? That's why the live sessions are the best topics all over the place. Yeah, exactly. Because everyone can relate and everyone can participate. People like participating and being part, not only being part of the conversation, but like, this is why also, to make a funny parallel, this is why campsites are more interesting than adult sites where you see a static movie, because you can participate and you can change things. You have the power to change things, and you're being seen by the creator, and we all like being validated. So it's like the ultimate experience. Yeah. And if you told me 10 years ago or 5 years ago that I would be able to talk for more than 1 minute, I would have thought you were insane. I would have been like, that could never be me. I could never talk, show myself on camera and talk, let alone play a game, kinda okay-ish. Never would have crossed my mind. I find it very hard to stop completely to drink. Funny part is my GF hates that I drink even one beer. But do you actually drink? Do you actually get drunk, or is she like, do you actually have a problem with drinking? 'Cause it sounds like she has things under control. So the way I stopped is, because I'm not very smart, I'm stupid. I ended up in the emergency room. I ended up in the hospital after drinking 4 liters of vodka. And I didn't stop. That didn't stop me. I kept drinking for a year after that. And what actually stopped me is I started going insane. And I was like, okay. Like, physical stuff I can kind of tolerate. But losing my mind, I can't do that. And I was like, I'm done. I can't do that anymore. Running out of time, getting old. I can't do that. You have to reach a point. No one can tell you how to stop. You have to that has to be your decision, otherwise you're not going to stop, man. If someone forces you, you're going to resent them, or you're going to sober up for a while, then you're going to keep doing it again. It has to come from within. I find it very hard to stop completely. The funny part, with one course, not, well, yes, I have a problem, I can't stop. So, how old are you? How much do you drink? How often do you drink? What do you drink? So I can get a kind of, do you get drunk where you can't walk, where you slur your speech, or how many beers per sitting? Is it every day? Is it been for years? You've been drinking for like, yeah, what type of beer? You gotta give us details, brother. Cause like, honestly, if this is the curse, if something's making you unhappy, if your driver is unhappiness and depression and all, that's gonna be your crutch. For me, it was, I'm hollow on the inside and I don't feel anything unless I drink. That was my motivator. I wasn't depressed or anything. What it sounds like for you is like, I drink very lightly, but I can stop. I take a drink of beer at least 2 times a week. Well, that doesn't sound like a super bad problem. Doesn't sound like you are an alcoholic. I mean, like, mentally maybe, but you're not in trouble physically. Most people drink twice a week. You just can't stop. Yeah, I mean, if something's making you miserable and that's your little thing, eventually, you know, it's there's gonna be a point where, for most people, it's like a health issue, which it's not gonna happen for you probably because you're a light drinker, or your girlfriend. I think she's gonna say, "You either stop drinking, but your drinking's not that bad." She's gonna say, "Pick between me or the alcohol, or I'm gonna break up with you or something." And if you think she's some kind of burden, if she's burdening you more than, like, if the benefit of drinking is better, is a more positive thing than the negative of losing her, then you're just gonna keep drinking and you're gonna lose her. But that's how usually how things are. People get to a point where they have to make a tough decision. For me, it's either you lose your sanity or you stop drinking. So I stopped drinking. For you, there's gonna come a point where you're either gonna have a problem at work, or with your girlfriend, or with your health, or with money, which is, funnily enough, when you run out of money, you magically stop drinking too. Oh yeah, that's if you wanna bring if you wanna bring uh if you wanna bring Tromer up to speed on what your girlfriend's like and what she's been doing, because she's an interesting case. Basically, she had like a one-time episode, and her mom and her sister colluded to get her diagnosed as with psychosis so they could medicate her, because they hate her apparently. And her mom got legal guardianship over her, so she has no rights, and the medicine is making her have really nasty thoughts about life. That's the story summarized. Yeah. One time and you have a life sentence. Nasty stuff, brother. She had legal guardian. They called it a legal guardian. I don't know if that's the... Yeah, that's some serious heavy stuff. It's like really heavy stuff. Basically, our brother, the pro, has like, he can't do anything. The situation is so bad that you cannot do anything without an army of expensive lawyers and try to challenge the decision in court, basically. Yeah. Basically, they have to go to a psychiatrist who's gonna reevaluate her and give her the green light that she doesn't have a serious condition, so that they can take her off the antipsychotics. Yeah. Which is like, Good luck with that, especially the part with because, I mean, the psychiatrist can say, even if you did, and not to like demotivate you or anything, but even if another psychiatrist said, "Oh, you don't have this," then her mom is still the legal guardian. You have to challenge that in court. Like it feels like you're stuck. It's super bad. It feels like you have to somehow synchronize the lawyer with the psychiatrist thing, so that you basically you have to get a psychiatrist to testify in court, which is crazy. They drug her a lot. It's not her mother. My GF had legal guardian. It's not the mother. I thought it was her mother. Oh, okay, so we cleared it up. So it's not the mother. Then who is it? Oh, your girlfriend has legal rights over herself. Okay. Well, that's really good news. So that just means that you have to find just not a psychiatrist, basically. Yeah. That's very good news. Yeah. Nice. Good news, bro. Very good news. So, I hope that you start blowing up some phones, calling some people who are willing to listen to you. And I'm sure that you can get this thing scratched off. You can get the objective truth, and you can get your girlfriend off the demon meds, so she can live her life. Nice. I hope you have a plan, bro, to contact. You can even, I mean, not giving you advice, but if this is medical malpractice or something, you can even take this to the news. And once it gets media attention, I mean, I wouldn't do that. That's how people have done it in the past. And that's some cases that I know of that end up on the news, and like suddenly the evil doctors, they have the spotlight on them, and they're no longer gonna insist on keeping that diagnosis. They may revoke it even, but you have to make a really strong case. You already paid. Nice, man. A private medic, and he take the money and sort of 10 minutes and didn't do oh. I thought you did something this week. That sucks. That sucks, brother. Apparently not. Treated her like a medic. Oh, I gotcha. Treated her like just another customer or something. Jesus. I mean, who did the talking though? Did she? Did you try to explain, or did you let her explain her situation? Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. I don't know, brother. Can your family... Yeah, they treat them like they're on a conveyor belt. Then they don't treat them like humans, but like pieces of meat. Feels like if you have no money, like I don't know. I would be looking for money. Yeah, exactly. They don't treat her like a human being. I'll be looking for money any way I can get it. Friends, family, just to get her. It can't be that much. And just take her to another person. And don't quit until someone's willing to listen. I have some money, but I don't want to go to another medic, and they don't even listen to see you for 5 minutes. And that's the only way. No medic wanna say the original medic is wrong. It's a big thing here. Like I thought about it yesterday, and I was like, can you not leave the country and get diagnosed elsewhere? Or something? I would just leave the country at this point. What do your friends and family recommend one? It's like the older the medic, the more prestigious. They don't want to be stepping on each other's toes. Wow. Which country is this, by the way? I remember asking you and I didn't get the... Don't even know why they can't just increase the dose. Which country is this in? Oh yeah, they get a commission from selling the drugs, probably. That's just evil. That's pure evil. Keeping you enslaved so they can get their commission. It's like a scheme. Big pharma pushing pills. Yep, exactly. Wow. Don't ever get sick. Brutal, brother. $81. Oh boy. I think it was her sister that works in the hospital. Let me switch genres real quick. Let the PC cool off. We're pumping 80 degrees. Bring out the trucks. So you want to play some trucks? See if I can bring out the trucks. This will let me. ATS. Here we go. Oops. This is a little messy. Alright, bro. Oh, how nice of the chat to stay on screen this time. This happened with a guy that had a startup and her sister and did this also to him, and he got in prison because she said he was crazy because he was more successful. Oh yeah, we about to play some American Truck Simulator. Sorry for the accent. We're playing on easy mode with no rules, no parking rule, no traffic rules, no pedestrians, no police, just a big old truck going at insane speeds. Let's see what I can see. What's up? What can I? Alright, we're doing it. I don't even care anymore as long as it's a long job. Yeah, that's what's going on with the chat. Let me read your guys' stuff real quick. Hold on, I'm gonna crash if I do that. Going backwards whilst trying to reverse park. Reading the chat whilst trying to reverse, not a good idea. This happened with a guy that had a startup, and the sister did this also to him, and he got in prison because she said he was crazy. Because he was more successful. Sounds like some legitimately some demonic shit right there. That's like one of my biggest fears, that someone can ruin my life with you by saying. I think you have to. There has to be some truth to the claim, though. You can't just be going out and saying, "Oh, this guy I don't like is crazy. This girl I don't like is crazy," and then there has to be like some truth to it, you know. Sister worked in the hospital. Bruh, what country is this? She knows a doctor. That sounds like extremely corrupt. That sounds like even worse than... That sounds like Albania or something. Moldova or Albania are the only countries I can think of that are worse than mine. Lots of shady stuff with doctors have. What country is this? Yeah, what country, brother? Tell us the country so we can get a better idea. Or you don't have to, but it's gonna help. Wow. Just how to ruin someone's life in Spain. Oh, that's a feminist hellhole, I think, from what I heard. Get the doctor's license revoked. Spain. Man, you guys don't exist in video games, Spanish people. You guys just don't exist. You exist somewhere else on the internet. Not in video games. Some goofy stuff happening in Spain. Puts the pain in Spain. That's a first world country. That's a developed country. That's not some village in Moldova. Wow. So if you want to ruin someone's life, you just bribe a doctor, and they're like, "Yep, this guy's crazy." It's the most stupid thing ever, but destroyed her life. She lost her job. Oh, sorry guys that you are unable to see me. Not that you care, but I just noticed that I'm stupid. illumination was not good. Oh, brother. Still don't know how to get a decent medic. Is this like, is it doesn't sound like it's in Madrid. Is this like somewhere in the countryside? Is this like a province somewhere? Is it a village? A small town? Because it just sounds like you guys need to get yourselves to Madrid. And it's a huge place. There's gotta be someone willing to do some honest work. Small city. Yeah, same. Can you guys get to Madrid or something? Do you have family there? You can stay at a hotel or something and for like a week and just harass psychiatrists with your conundrum. I would just go to the capital and get my hands on yeah. I think she's crazy. I mean, if I don't know how she presents herself when she goes to these psychiatrists, man. If she is, you haven't told us like if when you go to these doctors what she says. If she sounds crazy, man, that's probably why they're rejecting her. There's no reason for a professional to be. I don't believe in that doctor against doctor thing. And it sounds like that one commenter who wrote a comment said that psychosis is not a diagnosis. So if she doesn't have a schizophrenia diagnosis or something. Yeah, no, I mean like when she goes to see the psychiatrist and the psychiatrist, I'm assuming, wants to speak to her privately, you know. If she comes off as, I don't know, man, that we only have your word, you know. Because if she goes there and starts talking about conspiracies and all that, you know, that doesn't sound good. If you and her go there and you immediately start talking about how there's this conspiracy against you by doctors, you know, what you should do is just ask for her to get evaluated. Don't be like bombarding them with, oh, there's this conspiracy, and because like that immediately screams crazy, you know. I don't know what you guys say when you go to the psychiatrists. I don't know how you guys present yourselves. Yeah. Like I know it sucks, but you guys have to go there like calmly and just be like, hey, can you? We think she's got the wrong diagnosis. It was a one-time thing. Can you please check her out again? Like sit down, talk to her, and do these tests and. Because it makes her really sleepy. No, I mean it's a bigger problem than sleepiness. She sounds like she doesn't enjoy living anymore. Like it's a life or death thing. We never talk about anything out of the ordinary. We're both college educated professionals. Yeah, man, I don't know what to tell you. You just gotta leave your small city and look for a professional and someone that's not connected, because it sounds like you're stuck in hell. If there is a conspiracy, like if there's actually if the sister and the mother are demons and they got connections and they want to keep your girlfriend down, all you gotta do is just find someone who's not connected, right? I think no medic like to go against the other. I mean, you only have that experience from your city. You haven't tried another city. Are you far from Madrid? Do you guys live very far away? No, I'm not accusing you of thinking that it is. If they're actually plotting against her, you know, all you have to do is leave the place and look for someone who's not connected, who's not corrupted. We don't live in a hill or a small town. I mean, just any other city. You just someone else. From what he said, no one goes against the first medic. That must be some kind of. That's that breaks the Hippocratic oath in every way imaginable. There's something's missing here. Yeah, the backstory is that she has to take this medication once a month, and unless if she refuses to take it, they put her in a loony bin, and then they force her to take it. That's his story, at least. And that's I think if that's what I know, a person who takes the shots, and that's the antipsychotics. It's a strong antipsychotic, and you take it, they inject it in you. But I don't think it's once a month. It's more like he takes it once every 3 months or something. That might be a different injection. Sounds to me like he just has to talk to someone with balls, who's willing to challenge the diagnosis, if there is a diagnosis, or at least, like, I don't know how that works, man. Oh shit! Oh no! Oh, that's gonna hurt. 32, 40, okay. She's forced to take the injection every month. And if she doesn't, they threaten to force vaccinate her. Inject her, not vaccinate. Yeah. Grim story. Try to work with the current doctor and to make her reduce the dose. Have you guys, I don't remember if you mentioned this, but have you mentioned to that doctor that she's having thoughts about, like, ending everything? Have you mentioned? Because that's really powerful. You just gotta be honest with the doctor that the medicine is, like, making her not want to live. Have you guys mentioned that? No. She can say that. I mean, it sounds like She can't also say that the original doctor was wrong. I'm confused, bro. Like, if a medicine, the doctors, when they do the Hippocratic oath, they swear never to hurt their patient. And if your girlfriend is being hurt, you just say she is being hurt by this and she wants to hurt herself. So please, either change the medication or lower the dose. If she says this, she'll be seen as I told you so. She is crazy. I mean, no, she's not crazy because her feelings are still. If it's making her depressed, if the medicine is making her depressed and having these thoughts, then it's very real. You can't just dismiss depression because that the person allegedly has psychosis. Original doctor made her cry, and then she changed the doctor because the original doctor didn't want to see her anymore. Wow. Interesting. Well, it sounds like they can choose a doctor. Anything she says is viewed as crazy and they'll increase those. Oh, so can you don't have any diagnoses, you are healthy, so have you tried talking to the doctor and explaining? You can't choose the doctor. Wow. Yeah, so then it's a public doctor. You mean like, I don't know how it is in Spain, but here you have a general practitioner, basically. This is your family doctor. And you can sign up for a different one. I don't know if that's what you mean, or if it's a public hospital and this is a psychiatrist at a public hospital, or if this is your family doctor. If I go talk with the doctor, she's afraid that it makes it worse. I mean, it's a public psycho, so it's not your family doctor. It's not your, what do I call it? It's not your personal doctor that you can, because in my country you can just, if your doctor mistreats you, if he's not giving you what you need, you can always be like, I'm no longer your patient, and you just sign up for another family doctor. I think that should be the way in Spain, but you're saying it's a public. It's basically like a public hospital, not a private hospital. A public hospital doctor who specializes in psychiatric disorders or something. The original guy told her he didn't want to see anymore, and we got a new doctor. She was a monster, the original one. So what? Like you got the other one, but there's no third one in your city, or trying to understand what's going on here. Why can you not pick like a third one, or did he did he give you permission? I don't understand. Having trouble understanding because of the language barrier, man. I don't know if she can change the medic. Call around and listen. So your girlfriend doesn't want to change the doctors, but the current one doesn't want to lower the dose, but they're also not as bad as the previous one. Like, what can you do, my man? After 2 days of trying to understand what's going on, I still don't understand. We're trying to work with the current one to reduce. Oh, so you're still trying to work. You're still trying to reason with the current one before you give up. Before you give up on that. So you're trying to change their mind. You're trying to work with the current doctor so that they can lower the dose. And you don't want to give up on them because they might change their mind. And until they do, until they change their mind, your girlfriend doesn't want to go to a third one because she still thinks there's hope that the dose is going to be lowered. The current doctor seems nice, I got you. So your girlfriend trusts the current doctor and she hopes that you can make them lower the dose. And with time, given enough time, that you can convince the current doctor, who's nice, to lower the dose. Gotcha. Oh, didn't talk more about deleting. That's really good. That's really good. It's always good. I mean, I hope you can convince this new person to at least, like, maybe change it or lower it so that she doesn't suffer. But I think you have to, brother, when I was in the hospital, I was honest. When you go to a doctor, you have to be honest with what you, because they can't read your mind. If they don't know that she had these thoughts about deleting, like, if they know, then they're gonna be like, okay, this is serious. I don't want a patient dying because I didn't know that this medicine was hurting them. When I went to the hospital, I was like, hey, I'm honest. I have this alcohol problem. I drank a little too much. Here's how much I drank, what I drank, when I drank it. Please help. And I was honest. So when you talk to this guy or woman, you gotta be honest. If you want the dose change, you gotta be like, it's hurting. It's giving her deletion thoughts. They know about deleting. They will either listen her or pump her full of drugs, or they might lock her up, which is even worse. They might be like, oh, she has to be locked up for her own safety. So you have a really good point there. Yeah. That's a tough one. Ignore their email asking for sooner meeting. Well, that's why you call. Yeah, you have a really good point about the deletion thing. If they think she's a risk, they might lock her up. That's tough, man. Yeah. She thought about it, yeah. Well, maybe, I don't know if you can phrase it as like depression, but then they're gonna put her on antidepressants, which is even worse. I mean, the only thing feels like you can do is like focus on appearing more normal, I guess, and maybe when they think she's stable, they lower it. I don't know what to tell you, I never dealt with that. Yeah. I mean, like, did they mention she's more normal than a bot? That's funny. Did they mention how long this therapy? Did they say that she has to take these injections for like a year, 2 years, or is it like forever? For life? So she doesn't have a diagnosis, right? She doesn't have a. She doesn't have a diagnosis on paper that says she has this specific disorder. She is just a psychosis because the one person who I think knows what they were talking about, they said that psychosis is not a diagnosis unless it says like there's codes. You know, there's codes on these things. The psychiatrists, they put like their little codes for the disorders that they diagnose. If you have a code, if there was something like F20 on the piece of paper or like F30 or something, that's the kind of codes that they use. Every diagnosis has its own code. It wasn't even Psychosis X. So that's what I was thinking, because the only time you get like these the serious kind of treatment is when you have like bipolar or schizophrenia or something that's a real diagnosis. It's not just psychosis. It's not just a one-time thing and they put you on the meds forever. Something's missing. Yeah, but I don't know, man. Not bipolar, not schizophrenic. There's like a million other things. But to be put on mandatory injections is serious. There's gotta be something. There's gotta be a diagnosis. They can't just. Because if it's a one time thing and they stabilize her, then she doesn't have the thing anymore, right? But if she has an incurable disorder that requires treatment, something is either she's not telling you or I don't know, man. I don't blame you. She just had this one time episode where she was really hungry. That's it, from what I remember. And then her sister accused her of being crazy or something. They don't put you on lifetime medication for a one time episode without a diagnosis. Or the injection is. We don't even know what the injection does. Do you know what the injection does? What's specifically the name of the drug? You don't know the injection. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if you knew, she has to have it in the papers. There has to be like, she has a one-time episode of psychosis, and then at the bottom it should say something like, the prescribed treatment is 1 times injection of some weird Latin name once a month. That's what it should say. If you can find that out, maybe someone who knows something about this thing can help you. She doesn't have the papers or prescription. That's really bizarre. The current medic changed the injection or dose. Well, I knows that she's very sleepy and feeling really bad. Well, you gotta find out what the injection is, brother. Because if it's very specific, we tried to contact the medic about this, but the email was ignored. There's no number. That sounds like super extremely weird. So you don't know what she's being injected with. You can't even call the doctor who's doing the injecting. Yeah. That sounds like, these doctors, that sounds illegal on so many levels. Forget about morals and breaking the Hippocratic Oath. You could sue them. Yeah, at least try to find that out, brother. Maybe someone can help you with that. With the name of the injection, we can narrow down what it's used for. Yeah, man, it sounds like a small town of like, sounds like they're stuck in some kind of small town politics. You put it perfectly into words. Someone pulling strings with yeah, it sounds like a plot almost. Like a very corrupt, like a circle of demons working against his girlfriend, but then again, it's the sister, yeah. I mean, that's your answer. Bro needs an army of lawyers and psychiatrists. Sounds like the plot for a detective's novel or something. Yeah, envy is a real thing. Bro, just... But I bet you she cannot even leave the country. That's how messed up it is. She probably has like a travel ban or something. If she doesn't, like, you guys could always just go to another country and move elsewhere. Go to the UK or something. Go to, you guys are Spanish, go to like Latin America. We don't have money where she can live. You guys need the... No, I'm not gonna say it like that. That would have been so wrong. You guys need to leave the country. You guys need to run. That's the real faked up part. Just move to like Mexico or something. Get refugee status and run from these demons. I would told her to live the country she didn't want. I mean, it's not your fault. I worked in London for years. Oh, there you go. But it's gonna be very difficult to survive nowadays over there. Wow. Well, the problem is the UK is not even in the EU anymore. Better get some sense at least reduce the dose. Yeah. In the meantime, I'd be saving up money and either moving to another city or another country. Please. Or maybe, I mean, that's not advice, but if you could, I mean, I don't know how much she relies on you. Maybe she needs you to literally live. But I would go to the UK and work and then just pull her to the UK. So you don't have to deal with the doctors. But I mean, not like the NHS is gonna be more useful. I don't know how things work there, especially with foreigners. If you guys went to Mexico and started selling drugs or became like started an OnlyFans, made some money and bailed. But this is a serious situation. Alright, brother. I hope that you can convince your new medic to lower the dose, and in the long term that you can find someone who's gonna cancel. Fun talk, sorry for the hot talk. No problems, brother. You're always welcome to update the bros on what's going on. Yeah, hope things get fixed, brother. You're living in a nightmare, but it will be over. One day it will be over. Yeah, best wishes. Stay safe, bro, and healthy, and all the best wishes and all the health in the world to your girlfriend. And hope you beat that pit of snakes, and you will have justice one day. Yes, brother. Anytime, brother. You have no clue how much it means that my stupid presence has been offered you some kind of relief. You're always welcome. Yeah, way to get dinged up right at the end. See you, brother pro. I'll be streaming, we'll see about, I don't even know what day of the week it is, but if today is Wednesday going into Thursday, I may stream on Thursday and Friday, and fucking I'll just stream whenever I stream, same time. Don't know what time it is for you guys, but I will be on -4 hours from right now. That's when I'll be on. Tomorrow probably, and the day after. Because it looks like we're doing pretty well. It looks like the streams are not completely worthless. It looks like they're offering something to someone somehow. Got your notification you sent out earlier for subbing to the channel. What? I didn't send any notifications. I don't know what you're talking about. You were going... Oh, that was just a test. That was actually just a test. I went live like for 5 minutes just to test the chatbot. This little chat monitor thing. And then I deleted the video. It was like a couple of minutes. Wow, 4 hours. Holy, time flies when you stream. And the good news is that this is really gonna help with with the watch time hours. I am so happy that you guys are watching. Cause like I can only come up with so many video ideas, bro. But streaming thing, the interesting thing about it is that it helps with yapping. And when you get good at yapping and being authentic, like making videos is gonna become easier, and I'll be able to yap with just knowing that you guys actually care enough to watch this stuff makes me more like reassured and confident that people are gonna watch my retarded shit. How many hours you need for your stats for live session? So right now, I think with this video, with this stream, I think I am at 2,900 hours, which is really, really good. I need 100 more hours to get for to be able to receive, I think, like donations, super chats, etc. And for YouTube to start monetizing my stuff. So there will be ads if you're on the phone, and they're gonna be taking everything until I reach 4,000 hours. When I reach 4,000 hours, I can finally start earning some money from this YouTube thing. Hopefully. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. How many hours are you need? It's an entertaining live session. Ah, entertaining. I don't know about entertaining. I'm not a very funny guy, like I said, but oh yeah, that'll come with the funniness will come when I relax, because I can't relax right now. Just struggling. It's a struggle, man. Struggling to relax and be authentic because there's so much on the line. I've been stuck at 1,150 subs plus minus 5 for like weeks now, because viewership on my videos was just dwindling. Like I was making videos and each successive video was making half the views of the previous one, and I'm like, okay, maybe my content is just crap, and I ran out of ideas. I have one big idea that's kind of relatable, which is the relationship thing. Why your boy doesn't need no GF. And I'm gonna make that video, but other than that, it's just gonna be just me yapping on different topics, and I don't know how to be interesting enough to get subs. Basically, the reason I have over 1,000 subs is a miracle. One of my videos exploded. Actually 2, but that's it. Since then, it's been like crickets. I don't know how YouTube decides how the algorithm. Maybe I have to be a little more controversial, you know, because my newer stuff has been kind of soft. Like, oh, I don't want to offend, I don't want to be too rough, but I think the reason why my video did so well is it was because it was kind of controversial. It was kind of like defending a delusion that got a lot of people riled up. So you gotta be like, in order to be authentic, you gotta start defending your own truth, I think. And I'm not defending my own truth with everything. I'm not fully invested in it yet. I'm more like not picking a side right now and just trying to I'm stepping on eggshells. I'm walking on eggshells basically, because I'm walking on a really thin rope. Like if 150 people decide to unsub all of a sudden, you know. And I've been having nightmares that my subs are actually not real people, but they're bots. Because I started receiving these emails of people right before I got right before I got 1,000 subs. I started receiving emails in my email that I put on my YouTube, and they were like, looks like congratulations on 1,000. Looks like you may benefit from our paid program where we coach you and we teach you how to gain subs and we can help you boost your channel, etc. And I don't want to do that. I want my stuff to be fully organic. But like, it made me feel paranoid because I thought that they were gonna send me blackmail, basically saying, "Oh, you thought those 1,000 subscribers were real, didn't you? You thought those were real people. No, they're not. We propped you up. You like seeing the numbers keep going up? Pay up, or we will, or it would be wouldn't it be sad if you lost those 1,000 overnight?" It's kind of like that, you know, kind of packaging it in a devilish blackmailing kind of way. Pay up or you lose the 1,000 subs. But it's been like a month since then, so I don't think Yeah, can you imagine that? Because, you know, it's a funny thing. When I started this channel, I was like, man, it's crazy how fast you get used to getting a lot of views. Getting like, when my video exploded, I was like, oh, it's another 10,000 view day. And then you go back to 100 and you're like, oh, this is peanuts. I'm going nowhere with 100 views a day. And I remember when I started the channel, I was like, I would be happy to get 10 views in a day. I was happy when I was getting 5 views in a day. I thought that was a great day. And then you get used to the thousands of views a day, and then they trickle down to 100, and you're like, oh. And at the same way, psychologically, you get used to having 1,000 subs, and it becomes your new normal. Now the standard is, I'm 1,000 sub channel now. That's my standard now. You take it for granted. And then what happens is, now you're used to that kind of standard. And if someone shows up and takes it away, like, you don't want to lose that. That's your new normal. That's normal now. I'm a top 20% channel now in terms of subs, you know. And before the loserdom videos, I only had 35 subs. Yeah, only like, I think it's only 15 to 20% of channels get 1,000 or more, which is nuts. So it's a huge milestone. I never thought I would. I was ready to grind for years just to get. I thought 300 was insane. What an insane number. My tiny little head could never imagine even 100. And especially initially, I made so many mistakes. Like with you know how there's, when you get into the whole how to grow your channel niche and you start watching these videos, there's all the, you'll notice in the comments, there's these people always like gathering, small channels unite here, small channels gather here, and they sub to each other, and that really messes up the algorithm. And you're doing yourself a huge like disservice. Like, you're not doing yourself any favors when you do that. You pollute your own algorithm. And it really hurts because these are fake subs. They sub to you and they think you don't see it, but then they unsub 1 day later, and it really hurts, especially when you have like, when you only have 5 subs and 4 of them unsub. It's like, back to that, I'm used to this standard now thing. It's fucking bad. But yeah. So yeah, people are actually waking up and they're starting to, I can hear they're starting their cars. It's like 5 a.m. People are going to work, and your boy is here, comfy inside, grinding for hours. Oh yeah, brother, so much AI slop nowadays. There's faceless, I think YouTube's tackling it, the AI issue, but they're tackling the sloppiest slop. Because I literally watch channels brag about creating faceless YouTube channels with AI. So they'll just like, they'll have one AI write a script for like ancient history battles. They'll have another AI narrate it. They'll have a third AI create like animation on a loop. They'll put all this together with background music also created by AI, and they'll make money off it. It's like one of those fall asleep to boring facts about world history, and they'll make like a 3-hour video. And they'll make a ton of money and watch time hours and subs out of it. Oh no! Ran out of fuel. That's what happens when you don't pay attention. But anyway, apparently YouTube does not demonetize everyone who does AI slop. Oh yeah, we're gonna be flooded, especially with I've been watching Sora AI funny shorts all day. Gotta admit, this shit is hilarious. That's that's what we're gonna be flooded by in the coming years. Just hallucinations and vivid dreams. But AI does help. I've used ChatGPT I've fed it my texts, and I was like, hey, do I have any blind spots? Am I missing something? How can people critique this, or like what kind of pushback can I expect? And it's been really good at like saying, oh, remove this, or make sure you add like a sentence. It's been like, I've only added one sentence that AI is recommended. Like when I was talking about the drinking, AI was like, it's a good idea to say this is not advice. Like when I was talking about drinking at the family gathering to test myself, and it was like, just make sure you tell people that this it's not advice, you're not advising them to test themselves. And I was like, hey guys, by the way, it's not a good idea. I'm not recommending that you test your sobriety by tempting yourself and all that. That's about the extent of it. But yeah, there are some channels that you can tell that are using AI to write their scripts, and you can usually tell when AI tends to make these comparisons, like this is not X, it's Y with Z. It'll make these kind of comparisons. That's how you know that this person is probably like, it's not a flex, it's a power move. That's how you know AI wrote it. If you're watching YouTubers. But I can't blame them. If you don't use at least a little bit of it as a crutch to at least like make sure you don't have any blind spots in your videos. Like maybe you're making an argument and there's a really good counter argument. It's really good to kind of anticipate how someone might react in a negative way, and just address that before they post their toxic comment. But I wouldn't use it to entirely write my videos. That's just, you're gonna push people away, they're gonna spot it immediately. Yeah. Those the Sora videos with Michael Jackson and with Martin Luther King. That's some funny shit, man. Like that Tupac and Hitler getting sucked up by a tornado. That was funny shit. Yeah. I tried using it, but apparently you gotta pay. You gotta pay to be making these. I don't know what the cool kids are using nowadays. In terms of, because I know there's a lot of free options. I've created quite a bunch of slop. Yeah, the graphics are real. They take older people, like 60 plus year olds, they'll fall for these on Facebook. They'll think it's real. Especially the AI images, where the way to spot them is to just to look at the text. If there's text anywhere, or like it still cannot do perfect text. But yeah, wow, 4.5 hours of non-stop yapping. Which AI do you play around with? I use Bing for the image generation, obviously ChatGPT. I've used, I forgot what I used for videos. It was something Chinese. I forgot about them. It's really good. I only use free stuff. I don't pay for. Don't got no money for that. But yeah. Just for local memery, insider humor stuff. Oh, and I really like Suno. I make my own music, basically. It's really good. Suno app. It's free. You can make like, I think they give you 50 credits, which can generate 10 songs. Yeah, it generates 2 songs at once. You can like give it your own lyrics, and you can describe the genre. You can give it prompts like, I want finger snapping, or bells, or whistling. And sometimes you gotta generate 10 songs for one of them to be something worth listening to. But I've created some real bangers, and especially if you use one AI to give you like the template of a lyric, and you use another to refine the rap lyrics, or you edit them yourself, and then you just make Suno app, sing it, and create the beats, and it's just so it creates some real bangers, man. Something you can listen on repeat on like for years, rather than listen to something someone else. That's probably why I don't like watching popular movies, and I don't listen to popular music, and I don't watch adult movies, because it's like someone else is telling you. You're in someone else's script. You're not in your script. Yeah, Suno app is just amazing. You can even create instrumentals. If you don't have lyric ideas, you can just be like, I want Euro, dance, techno, EDM or something. You can mix them up, make some really good, like those. It makes some fantastic retro wave, synth wave music. I don't know if you're familiar with the genre. It's like the videos on YouTube with 3D car driving on an infinite road with like funky 80s electronic music. It's really cool. That's the kind of shit I listen to. Mostly instrumentals, or like foreign music, because I literally don't understand what they're singing, and they don't kill my brain cells with their cringe. Because like, you gotta admit, Rebecca Black, when she sung Friday, the lyrics were absolute garbage, but she made a absolute banger of a melody. If you listen to the instrumentals, they do be popping. And also like Justin Bieber makes pretty good instrumentals. You know, you can separate the two. Just because you don't like the person doesn't mean their work is bad. So if I'm exhausted, if I've exhausted a song, I'll listen to different versions of it, like radio remixes. Like there's this really cool thing called bardcore, which makes every song into like its medieval version with medieval instruments. It's like absolute hilarious bangers. Yeah, it's the catchy tunes that stay in your head forever. But bardcore is hilarious, and people in the comments write lyrics in Shakespearean English. It's funny. They made like Snoop Dogg and Tupac and 50 Cent remakes as if they were performed with medieval instruments. So funny, dude. Yeah, bardcore, yeah, bardcore. That's some funny shit. Not really into low I don't even know how to say it. Lo-fi. They will like that. Catchy tunes. Like, sometimes I'll listen to a song and the melody would annoy me so much I'll create my own lyrics for it. That's kind of like a bit aggressive and absurd, just out of frustration, and then I'll put the lyrics in Suno app and make my own song to harass myself with. Absolutely insane that I've been able to retain 5 people for 4.5 hours, dude. It's like 5:30 a.m. and I'm just waking up. I'm only now waking up. That's my most powerful hours are between midnight and 7 a.m. Your boy is a certified night owl. Oh, I think they had this thing where you can make... Imagine all the electricity that shit takes. If everyone starts making their own movies, we're done. Like, people start generating their own adult movies and Hollywood movies, and we're gonna have like a power outage on a global scale. all the electricity they're using. I don't know what the future looks like. Massive data centers everywhere, just consuming power so you can make funny videos and funny pictures. Like, humans are not going to be using that to solve any real problem. They're just going to be using it to undress people that they like and to make embarrassing videos of people they don't like. It boils down to like basic buffoonery. We're not gonna be splitting atoms or anything like that. Just 99% of it is gonna be funny stuff, bloody stuff, and perverted stuff. Yeah, you're just gonna... Some gooners are gonna create a way to extract energy from the sun so they can keep making their doujin fantasy BS. It's not gonna be a scientist that invents the next... It's not gonna be someone who wants to solve a problem like cure cancer or some shit like that. It's not gonna be someone who's looking for clean energy. It's gonna be a gooner with a really big fetish. With a degenerate fetish. It's gonna be some 500-pound dude who's like, I finally invented a way to harness the sun. I'm gonna be some guy who tries to make his dick stay hard for 2 weeks. Who invents the cure for cancer? I think that's how Viagra was discovered by accident, so it's possible, right? There's gonna be some goofy shit happening. Yeah, the aliens take one look at Earth and they're like, nope. Not contacting these motherfuckers. The aliens kidnap your borderline girlfriend. 3 hours later, They're scrambling to find ways to return her because no one would take her. All accidents always create something crazy. Aliens really like these people. It's okay. Just like in real life, when you have an accident, you can always load from an earlier point. So realistic. Whatever. I'll just use meme magic and undo my bad decisions. It's like these trucks they're not fast enough. They're only like 150. I think being the filthy European that I am, I switched to the metric. Yeah, I'm using kilometers. I think they only go up to 150, 160. It's not even fast, bro. But yeah, I like this game much better than European Truck Simulator. It feels too tight, feels too small. American Truck Simulator, and I had to get the DLC with the... Oh yeah. I had to get the DLC to unlock all the other states, all the 50 states. Because those were locked in the original game. So, your boy be modding. Trucker hat. I mean, I do sit on a chair for 16 hours a day. So, I mean, I'm not gonna incriminate myself and admit that I pirated this game. But they do be charging for DLCs, and each state is like... was its own, I think. Yeah, this is totally not pirated from Fit Girl repacks. Totally not pirated. This is... I bought this with my hard-earned money from my monetized YouTube channel. Because I have 10,000 watch time hours now and 1 million subs, so I can make $100 a year. Sponsored by all the guys who make the Japanese pervy games on Steam. All the perverts. Yeah, I don't watch that shit. If you go online, you will come across these people. It's fine. They have their... as long as they have hot takes, as long as they have useful opinions, we can overlook their personal lives because they do not affect us. I'll start worrying when they try to make anime pillow president, or try to marry one and force it as a legitimate type of marriage. That's when I'll start worrying. I got nothing against these. I got no making it sound like I have a personal beef with dudes who can collect the figurines. Nah, man. It ain't like that. Shit. Makes me think it could have been worse. I could have been one of them figurine collectors. I got beef. I got beef with the Linux using, Linux pushing doll collectors who got the forgot what these pillows were called. The the pillows that you hug and go to sleep, that have like anime girls on them. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be posting that kind of stuff online. Like, imagine if my background was a bunch of toys. Like, would you take me seriously? Like, I'm already working with handicaps here. I'm already like a neat 30-something-year-old playing video games. It's already bad enough. Ostrich pillow. Body pillows. Were they called body pillows? That would just... it sounds suffocating. I don't know what an ostrich pillow is. Sell it on Amazon. I have to look it up now. Let me check it on my other monitor where you cannot see funny things. Ostrich pillow. You can suffocate in that shit. It looks like it looks like scuba diver gear, almost. It looks like one of them things the scuba divers put on their heads when they go down in the deep levels of the sea where the pressure can crush you. The deep levels where the fish look like monstrosities. The one where there was this meme of the blob fish that, unless it's under extreme pressure, it turns into like a tub of lard. That's what it looks like. It's like a massive. It looks like a massive suffocating device. They're charging a shit ton of money, like the Labubu thing. Yeah. Create stupid object. Pay 100 TikTok influencers to talk about it, and boom, you're a millionaire. Yeah, I just looked through a bunch of pictures. It looks like if your mouth, if this thing slides and your mouth and nose are not perfectly in the hole, you're either gonna suffocate or wake up with a really bad headache. Would not recommend for people with sleep apnea. Yeah. It's like telling people to drink bleach to cure disease. Hey man, people do that to themselves on purpose. The autoerotic thing. Like imagine if nature put the male prostate in the throat. Imagine how many dudes would be choking themselves to death. That was some funny shit. Imagine how many dudes would be walking around doing this all day. If the prostate was where your Adam's apples is. Oh yeah, I hope they do. We don't need them aliens and their fancy equipment and their technology that can cure everything. What we need is to import 5 trillion people to do all the low-level jobs. That's what we need. We need to be creating more suffering. Yeah, it looks like I've managed to chase 3 people out of the stream. It's just 2 people now. with my hot takes. Yeah, I'm gonna be becoming more controversial as time goes on. Less Reddit. I don't know, it says 2 people. Could be counting me in, but I don't think so. Concurrent viewers 2. One place says there's 3. One place says 2. I don't know. Conspiracy Thursdays. Yeah, man, just shooting the shit. I don't care. People crave this kind of thing. There's growing dissatisfaction with the fact that you cannot no longer say unfiltered thoughts. So yeah, I'm not someone who's very good at self-filtering. I'm gonna say some stupid shit. That's just how it is. I'm gonna say some controversial shit, but you know the good thing is that I'm not big. I'm not a Hassan Piker. No one cares. I'm not an Asman Gold. I'm not a Penguin Zero. I'm not Sam Hyde. '81 views. I wonder if people who are not subscribed just come across this random Schizo stream and they're just like, at least I'm not that guy. Wow, dude. I don't even pay attention to the game. I've been driving from Omaha to Springdale, completely unaware of the passage of time. I might after I'm done with this, I might play some No More Room in Hell. Just kill some zombies. It's my favorite pre-sunrise activity is zombie killing. And it gets bright later and later in the morning, and the day is gonna keep getting shorter until mid-December, until like December 20th or something. Which is so comfy. I mean, these zombies are not very fun. This game is built on Half-Life 2. It's like a mod. Dying Light. Oh, the game gives me the creeps. It's so depressing, man. Dying Light. I don't remember if I played the second one. Yeah, the first one was kind of... Yeah. The second one was intense. The first one was more like... I enjoyed the story a lot more. They don't make them games with stories no more. Oh yeah, I played with hacks, man. I couldn't... I had cheats on. I couldn't do it. I couldn't see myself spending 200 hours. These new games are insane. Like, and I especially think it's super cheap. It's a super cheap gimmick to, like, instead of having a linear story, or instead of having a story where you go forward, and Assassin's Creed has done it, and every single game I've liked has done it. In the storyline, someone gets kidnapped or you get sidetracked, and they set you back. Like, you have this setback. And it's such a cheap way to extend the number of hours you spend in the game. It feels like such a cheap gimmick. I don't know where I was going with that thought. Oh yeah, I can't see myself putting in like Dying Light 2 especially, super long. Just sneaking around and strategizing and dislike any game that has a health bar intuitively. I'll have to look through some games that I can see myself playing, because there's very, very rarely is there anything that I really like, that I can sit for, just like this game. I can sit for like 5 hours, 6 hours and just play the one thing. If it involves thinking, if I have to think, if it stresses my brain, I don't like it. Oh, wreck my truck again. Time, okay. Tractor Simulator. I haven't played Tractor Simulator. Basically, I played from the simulators. I could only endure Car Mechanic Simulator for only a little while, and then I dropped it. And then computer, what was it called? Computer config, like the one where you computer building simulator, I think it was called, where you build computers. I really liked that one. I got really into it when I was planning to build this computer, and I was playing it for like days just to make sure that I wouldn't mess anything up. Because you know, some people put thermal paste inside the socket instead of on top of the CPU and make mistakes like that. Silly mistakes, silly billy mistakes that cost you a lot of money. Yeah, I've seen the videos, it's not good. I've dropped a CPU, I've dropped a processor once on the socket and bent the pins, and I took it to a mechanic to straighten them, and then he fixed it it worked for a week, and then it froze, and then I was in alcoholic rage. I took my monitor, I picked up the monitor and I destroyed my computer, and I proceeded to stomp it with my foot until my foot was bleeding. I think that was one of the last times I got drunk. That summer. I was like, yo, this vodka thing is real. It makes you sometimes. I mean, that's the weirdest thing. Like, I'll be in a really good mood before I start drinking vodka, and if I start drinking really fast, it will make me very angry for whatever reason. I'm having like a beautiful day, like literally I'll be having the perfect day, and I'll be happy, and I'll be like, you know what makes this day, what can make this day really even better? Drinking. And I'll go and get myself vodka, and I'll start drinking really fast, and I'm like, why am I angry all of a sudden? Why do I want to kill someone? And then I'll get this rage just flowing through my body. It's really weird. Only happens with vodka, if I drink it fast. If I take it slow, it's like, man, vodka hangovers are some clean hangovers if you do it right. Red wine is the worst, because it's got all the other poisons in it. Tequila or bourbon. I actually have not tried anything. I've tried tequila, I've tried bourbon, but I've never developed relationships with it. It's always been a one-night stand with tequila, bourbon, or gin. I only ever drink vodka, beer, or red wine. I'm a very basic alcoholic, and I've heard that people have different experiences with the different spirits, and there is some truth to it. Like, I think George Clooney created his own. I think he created his own tequila company. I'm not sure, where he invested a lot of money to make the cleanest tequila ever that wouldn't give you any hangovers, and he invested a lot of money and he's selling his own brand. I don't know, I'm not sure how true that is, but he claims that he can sip on it all day and never get like any hangovers or whatever. But in my experience, man, the taste is something to do with the chemicals in it and the taste that makes you feel kind of goofy. Yeah, George Clooney. So George Clooney apparently started a company with some other dude because they really like tequila, and they made their own. And it's an expensive, really clean, super filtered product that they claim doesn't give them headaches, because they like sipping on it all day. So, yeah. And the company's doing really well. But even different types of vodka. The differences are in the way they make you feel is insane. Like I had my doctor literally when I had my little visit to the ER, and then I went to my family doctor, and she asked me what type I drank, and I told her it's the cheapest. It's domestically produced. It's a local brand, and she was like, "Ah, man, you should try Finlandia or something." And I went and bought it, and I drank it, and I felt like it was more expensive, but it was absolute shit. I like my cheapies. Feels like the cheap ones people will say it has worse taste, but it depends on the brand. But for me, it's like tastes like nothing. It's easier on the tongue, and I don't care about flavor as long as it doesn't make me sick, and I can drink lots of it and get my buzz. We Gucci. Yeah, that's where I got Rex, right? Do you ever filter it with those water filters made from charcoal? What, the alcohol? No. I've never filtered booze. Never once. It's already like triple filtered. Even the cheapest stuff is like triple, quadruple, quintuple filtered. It's got very little dirty stuff in it. Smoother removes the tannins. I don't know about that. Never tried it. Never felt the need to do something like that. I could have always just handled it. Been very tempted to make my own moonshine. Just sugar water and distill it. But I don't want to go blind. Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy stuff on YouTube, man. People trying to milk everything for content. Moonshiners, oh yeah, I love watching these the southern dudes who make moonshine out of everything. The ones that like go into a forest or an abandoned area, and they'll set up their little distillery and build it up with rocks and mud. Oh yeah, I love them, man. Have you watched the the Uganda Waragi, or Waraji was it called, the Ugandan moonshine makers. That was some real shit. I really like that. They made it look really cool, even though they're literally poisoning themselves. It was a Vice documentary on Ugandan spirits. Ah, check it out, bro. It's insane. That's the real stuff. It's called it's a Vice documentary on Ugandan moonshine, and the thumbnail is this dude tweaked out of his mind, just like with his eyes wide open, just chugging the moonshine. Yeah, that was these dudes. I respect them. They are like, this is what desperate killing yourself drinking looks like. Yeah. It's the skinny dude who goes to interview them, and yeah, man, that's some real shit. And now these people are that's some serious drinking right there. I think they made it from bananas or something. This lady, mad respect to her. She runs the whole thing by herself, basically, like fermenting bananas all day in the heat in these dirty barrels. Insane. At one point in life, I really wanted to be one of those distillers, you know. Oh yeah, I've seen the General Butt Naked documentary as well. That was some funny shit. A general turned priest. What a plot twist. I almost don't believe him. That was some funny shit. And then when they died, we eat the children. We sacrifice the children. We drink their blood to make us better warrior. That was some crazy shit. So a lot of funny shit comes from Africa. I love them. They have this, and I've lived with lots of chill Africans. They're really like, they're super funny. They're always in a good mood. And they have a very unique way of expressing themselves. The way they construct their sentences is very unique, especially the Nigerians. Yeah, their humor is like, man, their shows, if you watched, I forgot what the name of the show was. Paw or something. It's this adult actor who's got a condition that makes him look like he's still a child. That was that was the funniest comedy I ever saw. They got some real stories. Like, my roommate at one point was from Ghana, and he told me how his father. I made a video about this. It's in my homelessness video. That dude that I lived with, his father took him back to Ghana and left him there during a civil war because he was ungrateful. He was ungrateful to his father for taking him to this first world country because he was too lazy to go to school. And his father was like, I'll show you where I come from and you will be grateful. And his father takes him to Ghana and leaves him there during a civil war. And he has to, like, he sees all these atrocities and has to bribe his way to a plane. And he was telling me all that crazy stuff that went on there, man. Insane shit. some, I don't know, I mean, like, what to believe or not to believe. Like, some people exaggerate stuff, but then when he got back home to his home country, he started hating his father and all that, and he joined a gang. And his job was he was part of a team that burglarized empty apartments. And he was a scout, or like a lookout. So when the guys would go in and rob and burglarize someone's apartment, he would stay outside and be like, he would just signal the team if he saw police. And at one time they had a really botched burglary where they thought the dude wasn't home, but he was home. And it was dark, and they got in, and the dude was sleeping, and they put a bag over his head. And they forgot about him. Like, they tied him up, they put a bag over his head, and they forgot about him while they were going through his house. And the dude, you can imagine that what happened. And they panicked and left, but they still wanted to withdraw the money. And one of them, the main idiot, when he went to withdraw the cash from an ATM, he forgot to put his hoodie on and cover his face. And they caught him, and he snitched on everyone, basically. And that's how my roommate ended up serving 6 years on a 9-year charge. And he was fresh out of prison when he started living with me, and he was telling me all these crazy stories about Africa and prison, and it was a wild ride, man. Some real shit. And it's encountering, living with people like this, being homeless myself, and people telling me their effed up stories, like the dude with the girlfriend that we just talked to. It's stuff like that makes me feel like so lucky, so lucky to be doing what I'm doing, and like privileged. Because people be living nightmarish lives. And here I am streaming for 5 hours. Oop. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, to me it sounds like, I don't know who to believe, because I know a few people who have this kind of disorder, and sometimes they can convince you that they're always the good guy and everyone's out to get them, and the whole medical system is out to get them. And when professional after professional who has sworn an oath to not hurt you keeps saying, yo, this person is crazy or whatever, if like 3 people come to the same conclusion, 3 professionals say you're nuts, then I don't know. Because I know this one person, and he says basically that he's got the exact same story, that they gave him a false diagnosis and that he's being framed. And that just sounds like, typical Schizo speak. Like, you don't get into a situation where the whole medical community is plotting against you. And there's a part of me that just doesn't know which side to pick and what to believe, but in any case, I do wish people that are going through this all the good stuff, because I've gotten glimpses into what life is like for the parents, the loved ones of people who live with someone with psychosis. It's a nightmare. Like, you got someone who's constantly doing and saying things that can get them in trouble. You never know when they're gonna snap and do something to you or to someone else. You never know if they're gonna get locked up because they did something and you never will see them again. It's hard stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's a shit. Sometimes it makes me think, what if this life repeats itself? What if there's like eternal recurrence? And I know that's not what Nietzsche meant. But imagine if the universe shrinks and then pops back up and you get to live the same life over and over and over again. Like, if you have to live through that same kind of nightmare. I personally would not want to live through my life again. And I'm not, I don't even have it bad. Eternal recurrence, like a loop, a life. Everything just repeats itself exactly the same way that it did last time. Which is like, it's so some dark shit to think about. What's darker is that there's nothing, that we're not that special, that we invented fairy tales to cope with the fact that we don't matter that much for there to be anything after life. And a good cope is like life after death. And like a really good cope that I found is listening to near-death experience stories. There's a whole channel. There's multiple channels, but there's like hundreds of stories of people with pretty much overlapping experiences that leave their body, and they do like a life review. They meet loved ones that they've lost, and there's a scientific explanation for that. You know, it's like your brain. How cool is it that our brain has this mechanism that when it helps you relax when you're dying, so that you can peacefully just give up and let go. But it makes you think, well, what if there's something, you know, after this? Really made me think. I'm kind of split, man. Some days I'm like, you know, there's no way there's anything after this. Everything is just random, and I'm here because someone has to be conscious in this body, and I just happen to be one of them. But yeah, there's kind of this simulation theory going on right now, because we've awakened to the possibility that by creating our own universes now with AI and shit, that maybe we are that to someone else. And there's all kind of loopy theories being born. I would never take DMT. That thing is like, feels like you would be inviting a 9-dimensional demon to destroy your life. I've already had my brush with insanity. But yeah, some kind of out of body. I would be satisfied with lucid dreams. Yeah, it's like there's a hack to lucid dream, and I haven't tried it. Feels like too much effort. Basically, you have to set an alarm clock and wake up an hour before you would normally wake up or whatever. And then you have to do something for 20 minutes and then try to go back to sleep. And apparently that's when the magic happens. I haven't had many lucid dreams. When I do, it's like I realize, oh shit, that's a lucid dream, and then I wake up. Oh, I had one withdrawing from alcohol where I was waking up from a dream knowing that I was waking up and I was gonna wake up into another dream. That was kind of loopy. That happened like 3 times. Waking up from a dream to end up in a dream. That was super loopy. Never done it before. Yeah, it's pretty wild. You can go anywhere, apparently. Anywhere you want. You can even do it, but I think that kind of freaks me out. The idea of doing that, giving yourself sleep paralysis, basically like laying down on your back and doing this breathing exercise and visualizing going climbing a rope until you literally fall asleep, kind of. Basically, you're inducing sleep paralysis and you're opening yourself up to abuse by all kinds of creatures. And you enter this world where you're a 360, you have 360 awareness and you can go anywhere instantly. Which is kind of trippy. Yeah, astral projection. I think it was part of I forgot if it was the Stargate project where the government or several governments experimented during the Cold War to see if they could leave their bodies and steal secrets. Not even sure that was the intent, but they never came to any concrete results. Or at least or so we are told. But you could, I mean, it's interesting. You could still give yourself some loopy, like, you can meme yourself into having more interesting dreams, I guess. Sorry. I mean, I don't know. I never got deep into the whole magic stuff. Like the whole fortune telling stuff, telekinesis stuff, clairvoyance stuff. It all just seems like a bunch of natural and highly intelligent psychologists memeing people into like a mixture of suggestion and cold reading. Oh yeah, they played around with drugs too. They really like to give each other drugs for shits and giggles until one of them ended up trying to fly and he flew off a building or something. Yeah, I never read the papers. Too lazy, too intellectually lazy. But yeah, that's how it is. Bro's got MK Ultra. I mean, I would freak out too if I didn't know what fractals were and I suddenly started seeing perfectly geometric shapes and like 9-dimensional creatures telling me about the tree of life. It's not something you want to... Sanity is not something I want to mess with. Machine elves coming to talk to you. I've heard that people who take themselves too seriously, when they take these hallucinogenics, a clown starts making fun of them. Like they get visited by some kind of demonic clown who roasts them. Ego death, yeah. I read about the demonic clown. And some people who are okay with their ego, the clown is kind of like, stop wasting my time. I don't know. I forgot how people describe him. Basically like a demon clown. And if you're too full of yourself, he just roasts you. Like imagine the most powerful narcissist you've ever met just roasting you non-stop. That's what it probably is. Wow. I'm kind of surprised that I've been able to stream for almost 6 hours with excellent connection and no interruptions. And I might... 4 people watching, wow. 85 total views. People are actually sticking around. This is insane. I kind of liked it when you guys, when 4 of you were just talking about money, about finance and investing and all that. I gotta keep making these like generalized streams, cause you never know, man. Someone might come in and they have like actual knowledge. And they can share some real wisdom, can spit some real wisdom. That was really cool. This is the first time, this is my 3rd stream, so my first stream was I had 2 people I talked to about like basic things. 2nd stream, the guy with the girlfriend shows up. We had like a really deep conversation. And now the 3rd stream is an absolute killer. You guys were like having meta discussions and bouncing ideas off each other. That was kind of sick. Actually cannot believe that I was able to talk for 6 hours. But here's the thing, and I mentioned this, I mentioned this on a previous stream, that like maybe not do this super often, because just call it the loner stream, I guess. Seems to be working. And like topics, you can exhaust topics. You can exhaust them if you do it too often. Like there's nothing new to talk about, especially if nothing's happening in your life. That's why it's good to have a big community that you can like react, can do reaction videos. Can you imagine this shit? From alcohol YouTuber to loserdom YouTuber to finance YouTuber to streamer, gamer to schizophrenic theory channel, and now this. Reaction. Now we're a reaction channel now. That's true. I try not to take it too seriously because I don't know which YouTuber it was that I was watching who said that. Come on, dude. Can you not see? I hate it when the bots do that. When I go into their lane and they don't have the common decency to not drive into me. How dare they? Well, yeah, this other YouTuber, the big YouTuber that I was talking about, he said the first year of doing this is like most people are just finding their voice. I'm just trying to figure out, because I didn't have a 5-year plan for the channel. So I have to figure it out on the go, because I was just tired of thinking and not doing anything. And then I did the other extreme, which is doing without thinking, and here we are. But it seems to be working. Oops, no. It's difficult to be putting this big, long, bendy thing through the gas station thing. Yeah, I think on my previous one, I had like, my peak was 7 or 8 concurrent. And now I've been maintaining like between 3 and 5 for 6 hours, which is insane. If you try to do this on Twitch with no following on YouTube first, you would get nowhere. I've tried that. What's the longest I streamed? 2 hours. That's the only two streams I had on my channel. First one was 1 hour and the second one was 2 hours. This is the third one. These are literally my first ever streams on anything ever. Besides the one time I tried Twitch and it went nowhere, because you have to have a following first on YouTube and then you redirect it to Twitch. Today, yeah, definitely. Today takes the cake. Today is like, first time I got 2 commenters commenting, second time I think I got 3 people, and today has been like, I can't even keep track of it. It's like 5 people at least jumped in, and at one point you guys were talking among each other like I didn't exist. That was kind of cool. I had one guy who was not subscribed to me just find me and ask me some interesting questions about the neat lifestyle thing, the schizoid thing, the girlfriend thing. People are interested in that. I didn't realize it. Yeah, oh yeah, I should have. You know, I'll keep regretting this for the rest of my life for not starting 10 years ago. And actually I did have a YouTube channel 10 years ago, but it was in a completely different niche. It was a faceless channel, and it did really well. I made money on it. I had like 1,000 subs and 1 million total views, and I milked it, and then the ad apocalypse happened in January of 2017, and I basically I lost everything overnight. And I should have stop being a paranoid schizophrenic, and I should have just started streaming back then. Because like I didn't. My experience then and my experiences now are pretty much the same plus 10 years of drinking. So dash used to 80 years. Whoop. We lost 3 people. Yeah, man. 6 hours is, I think, unless someone, because it's already like, if it's 7, almost 7 a.m. here, that means it's almost midnight on the East Coast. So I can understand that people gotta be catching their Z's because they got work or school, or they gotta pretend like they have a life tomorrow. So I'ma call it 30 minutes from now, if nothing happens. 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, I'm gonna. Oh, I don't have to go to work. I think I'm gonna do this thing. I have to focus on the important things. I don't work a standard job. Oh, come on, dude. Okay, that was my fault. Yeah, I'm gonna. Fuck it. I got 2 million. What time you gotta go to work? Will that give you 6 hours? I've already been streaming for 5.5 hours. So 30 more minutes will give me 6 hours of streaming, which is insane. Like no one's gonna watch that, but I'm still gonna upload it. Yeah, 6, and having 4 to 5 people watching pretty much non-stop, that's gonna give me like 20-ish, 30-ish watch time hours. Yeah, I can see I'm watching there's 91, I have 91 total clicks, which I don't know if it counts unique visitors, but 91 clicks, 4 likes. Stream health is really good. I got fast internet. And what else? Yeah, hopefully I'm already at, thanks to you guys. Come on, dude. I don't care anymore. Thanks to you guys, I'm already at 2,900 watch time hours. Once this thing updates, obviously. I mean, yeah, I should check what 60 Celsius on the graphics card. Say about the same on the CPU streaming now from, and this is not even a intensive game. This is like a game with lowered graphics. I did hit 80 Celsius on the graphics card playing Insurgency Sandstorm, but that's because I just kept doing it for so long. And the card is supposed to be able to handle that kind of heat. Yeah, I try to keep it cool. But yeah, gotta find some light games, and this seems to be like the sweet spot. 60. I know I'm not torturing my card. 80, I'm starting to get worried at 80. Like 70 is what I would be my top. Can't be playing Sandstorm for like 2 hours. You gotta switch it up a little bit. But yeah, I have thought long and hard how to build this tower. It's the best budget can buy. This particular build is 2 years long, 2 years old, I think. Yeah, 2023 is when yeah, spring of 23, so a bit over 2 years going on 3. Very happy with it. You know, I always want more, like I want a faster CPU, like I want better, like a more reliable power supply, because this one is pretty much, it makes the same noise that the old hard drives would make, the clicking when it's like loading. And obviously like top of the line graphics card. But hell, I'm allowed to dream. Yeah, it could be a, I think it's more likely to be dust or I don't know. It happened pretty soon after I bought that. Bought the fan. Has been like this for like how many years now? 2 years has been making this sound. So if it was something critical, I think it would have. It hasn't gotten worse. Sometimes it just isn't there. Sometimes it comes on when my computer's idling. When it's under stress, it doesn't really click. Couldn't really tell you what the problem is, but I'm gonna look for one of those gold rated, gold 80, gold 90, or whatever they're called. I don't understand anything about PSU, but something that's certified in some way, something that gamer bros approve of. Oh, it could be anything. I'm thinking dust or like I don't know what you call it. The bearing could be fucky. But it's a minor issue. It's a non-issue for now. Oh yeah, Golder. You want the certified stuff. Like you gotta respect your stuff. We have a saying in my country that the lazy person works twice and the stingy person pays twice. So that's the one mistake I made with my computer, is the PSU, which is like it's what powers everything. You cannot cheap out on it. I kind of cheaped out buying it, but I will fix that as well. Yeah, it's a good saying. It's very true. You pay someone to do a crappy job, and then you have to, and that can either create more problems down the line, or you're just temporarily patching it, and you have to pay for the real job later. So you're paying for a patch plus the fix that you should have gotten originally. But people's excuse is, hey man, I just don't have money now. So they go on patches. Yeah. That's how it is. You don't want to be cheaping out on a Mobo, the power supply. I over-insured and got more RAM. I got 32 gigs of RAM. Because I was like, it was on discount and I was like, oh yeah. I want to load my Photoshop and my Vegas Pro 1 second faster. And I want him to stutter. I want him to be 1 FPS faster. Feels good having extra RAM. I just kind of want to over-insure myself sometimes. I can always, that's the fucking thing about computers. It's some absolute money sink. You can always tinker and improve little things. Like I went from HDD to SSD, and now I'm like, oh shit, I could really get I forgot what they were called, the drives that you plug right into your motherboard, the little plates. I could get those. They're faster, they're cooler, they're more expensive though. Corsair 9000D tower case. A tower upgrade. See, the thing is, I don't like touching my components unless I absolutely have to, because I'm worried I'll bend something. Or yeah, the M2 SSD stick drives, you can always upgrade that. You can always get more RAM. You can always get a motherboard with more features that's more future proof. But then you're gonna have to also you're gonna have to get the respective processor for it, the RAM for it that goes well with the processor, and like a bunch of other stuff, and everything fits together, and you gotta play PC part picker simulator for hours and compare prices. And I don't know, I used to get really into it when I was building my computers, but too lazy to do it now. But there's always something to improve on a computer. There's always a better fan, there's always a faster drive, there's always a better mouse, there's always a cooler peripheral. Like, I was frustrated with the mice I bought, because my 20 bucks mouse that I bought from the supermarket performed 10 times better than my cool Logitech G502X or my Razer Basilisk that I got. That's absolute dog shit, and the scroll wheels got messed up within a week. It's like funny how a Chinese mouse outperforms like a like a made up brand Chinese mouse that you get from the store where you buy your food outperforms mice that are like from big brands that cost 10 times as much and last 10 times as much. Oh yeah, but this chair is pretty good. It's pretty comfy. But yeah, crazy how it works. About to get me one of them old-timey mice with the little with the ball that had the ball for instead of a laser optic cursor thing. You had like a little ball with, I think it was it 2 or was it 3? It was a 3-directional bearing thing, and the ball would move them and they would get gunked up and like skin cells and dirt, and you would have to open it and clean it with a screwdriver. You have to scrape the dirt. Yeah. But those lasted you forever. and like a good CRT monitor. Like a waterproof mechanical keyboard. There's just, if you wanna waste money, you could spend so much on cool gadgets for your computer. Yeah. You'd blow like 100,000 on a computer. Easy. Water chair and put a lava lamp. Yeah, I need to deck myself out in RGB strips. I have to have an RGB hat and put RGB strips on my monitor and my keyboard and all around my room. Every angle has to be covered in RGB strips. And I need to put 10 fans with RGB strips to cool my PC case. RGB does. Yeah, everything has to be RGB. I have to glue RGBs to my teeth for the extra bling bling. Have to get 5 cameras with different views and different effects so that people with ADHD don't get bored from the static view. RGB shirt. Just implant RGB strips inside my body so my organs glow through my skin. And charge the RGB organs with my heart, with the electricity from my heart. And dye my blood with like with one of those chemical illuminators in the light sticks. Luminescent blood. Yeah, start glowing. Give myself radiation poisoning. Just do it for the bling bling and the views. Oh shit, oh no, I'm gonna crash so bad. Oh no, I'm giving up on this game. I'm just gonna Alt F4 for that. Let's see what's going on here with the content. How many people be watching? Oh wow, this thing is like bugged out. Yeah, I got metrics. Oh shit, look at that, 34. Look at this. Trickle, 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 trickle. 0 views per hour. And then when I started streaming, 34, 17, 12, 15, 27, 11. This really helps. This really helps with the watch time. Because look, in November, it's like it started well because I did the streams here, the 2 streams. And I got 17 watch time hours that day, and then 11, and then 9, and then 5. And today, hopefully, I'll get 30. I mean, actually, I am exponentially decreasing, because look at that. So, let me... Look at that. I was uploading here and my channel was doing nothing. And then this one video just picked up. And then it's been crickets ever since. Look at all these attempts to unbury my channel, and it's just been crickets. I created the channel, and like, well, I created it years ago, but I started, my first upload was basically like almost 3 months ago. And literally within that first month I got 1,000 subs. Actually, I got them within a week, within the first month. And then it's been just a grind. So yeah, I started it, and it was a slow grind. You can see August. Actually, check if I can see. Oops, August 1st till August 31st. No, you fool. Yeah. Why doesn't it let me? Yeah. So August is when my first month when I started, and you can see that for the month of August, for that week in August, I barely got 200 views, 9 watch time hours, and 4 subs. And like those first initial ones, the drop here is, like I said, from I was subbing in exchange for subs, and the scumbag unsubbed on like the next day. And then September was a slow crawl. Like, as you can see, nothing happening despite the uploads. Basically like 10 views a day, 10 views a day, 20, 30, and then like something happened on a Friday. Someone else uploaded a video and mine got recommended. I slipped my video, this one, I'm 33, unemployed for 10 years. It slid into the recommendations of people watching that bigger channel's video. And that's how I got my 10,000 day. And October has been like, and then whoops, November has just started, and this is just thanks to the streams, because I'm streaming instead of uploading now. Someone recommended, what? Talking about your channel, watched a while back. Someone recommended me? I don't believe that. Someone recommended my channel, that's weird. Another video I watched a while back called you out. Well, can you link that if you, or can you like, I guess, if you can remember what the video title was, I'd like to watch it. I don't know what they said, if it was like, I don't remember, because if I go to content detection, I see nothing, so they didn't, I know that they didn't use my videos. Oh, last September, October, okay. Was it like, what kind of niche? Was it like the loserdom or alcohol niche or something? Okay, that sounds very interesting that someone would recommend. It's pretty cool. Hey, we just reached 100 total views. It was them saying your channel name, guy verbally saying it. What? They said anomalous. Are you sure they didn't say anomaly? Because there's like there's this big YouTuber anomaly. He makes Counter-Strike content though, nothing to do with me. There's a bunch of anomalises. But what kind of content was it? Yeah. It's like niche or like alcohol related, like, because I talk about, as you can see, I branched out. If it was alcohol related, then I understand it. It was something about being unemployed. Oh yeah, so they probably watched this big video. They probably watched my... Yeah, they probably watched this one. Oops, I mean this one. 33 unemployed. 33 unemployed for 10 years. This was a bit controversial, actually. Like, it came off kind of... Yeah, I mean, being unemployed for 10 years, it could... I can imagine you cannot get away with this in a first world country. That gap on the resume, you're basically done. No one's gonna hire you. It's over. Yeah, that video did very well, extremely well. I don't even remember how quick it exploded. Yeah, it got 2K views in one day, 3K views. It must have been like a few thousand views a day, and I even forgot, man. You tend to forget these kind of movements. Yeah, so this is my first one. This is the biggest one with the 30,000 views. Second one is 30 plus, no life, no job, no friends, no girlfriend, 12,000. And the third one has gotta be I have no friends. That was just steam from this one. That it should not have gotten that many views. I guess people got like, they thought that content was gonna be just as good, but it wasn't. So I was very careful in this one, and even more careful here, and even more careful here, and then yeah, that's the video that got me. See how many subs, and then the other one. I think these two videos are the main ones people subbed. This one got 667 subs, and this one almost 300. So there's your 1,000 from 2 videos. Insane, dude. No one watches people just watched these out of almost like respect after they watched the other ones. Yeah, 2 videos carry the channel, but that's usually how it is. Like 20% of the videos carry 80% of the channel. Yeah, that's just how it is. Gotta make, and I actually I noticed that the longer videos were boosting my watch time hours. Like I would get 20, 30 hours per video, which I thought was pretty good on the longer ones. And on the live streams, like the analytics here were kind of reset for whatever reason, but this was, it's after you upload it and it becomes a video, apparently. So you get your, if your stream gets 20 watch time hours, you get those are credited to your account. But once YouTube is done processing that and uploads it as a video, your watch time hours on it are reset, and it only counts the new watch time hours that people click on as if it were a video, like after the stream's done, which I didn't know that. So you get those added to your credit as well, which is kind of cool. And on the earn tab, there's a lag, apparently. It takes, so this is showing data as of like a week ago, as of October 31st. So it's gonna take, so even when I do hit it, when I do hit the number 3,000, which I should be at, actually I should be at 2,900 right now. Even when I do hit 3,000, it's gonna take 5 days after that for them to process it and allow me to start earning supers and memberships, and people to allow people to tip me and all that on the platform as I'm streaming and making videos, which is kind of cool. And then I'm gonna need another 1,000 hours to get the monetization thing going. which that's in my future, maybe next year. We'll see how the channel goes. Maybe I'll recommend one of my older videos and I'll get the hours. That remains to be seen, but yeah, that's it. That's about it. It's been 6 hours and I'm getting kind of sleepy, so I think I'm gonna wrap it up here. It's exactly 6 hours. Oh yeah, I mean, it's not like the streaming session itself will get me money, because it's usually not, unless you get like 100 people watching. It's usually not the streams, it's you make a ton of really good videos. You have like 100, 200 videos. It's like little fishing nets, and it accumulates over time, and you get paid per 1,000 or something. And depending on the video and the niche and the keyword magic that they do and the time of year, because they spend a lot of money on Christmas, and on January 1st everything dries up. They do their little marketing gimmick thing. So it depends, man. Like video to video, period to period, everything changes. But yeah. Alright, man, I'm gonna jump off here. Give me a shout if you get back on your next live session. Interesting how they do all the mystery. Yeah, man, definitely. I will keep you updated, and I will be doing the streams. Alright, love y'all. Stay healthy, stay sober, and I'll see you in the next one.